Welcome, everybody. So before they start, just asking if there's anything that defense or the Commonwealth have that they need to talk about, and defense says briefly at sidebar, and that's where we're at right now. So, yeah, there were some shenanigans that happened yesterday. I'll go over those later. I do think the first 40 minutes of this is going to be more of that interview, but after that, thank God that interview is over. So I did not mute it, by the way. They did. Hey, Dark Side of the Moon, how are you? It's nice to see you. I didn't put it in Discord yet. I didn't put the link on Facebook yet, so people don't even realize I'm live yet. Give everybody a minute to pop in. I'll switch my phone. It's just slow. Xfinity saying there's something about a network problem today. 36 minutes ago. Great, Xfinity. That's just what I needed today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, it's nice to see you. I'm glad you're off today. Haven't seen you in a while. It's nice to see you. Jessie's making her coffee right now. Anybody's wondering where she is. She's making her coffee. I'll show you guys. Got this beautiful Thanksgiving, I can't even speak. Thanksgiving Day card in the mail yesterday from Wallflower. And we are the gnomes. I am the gnome. It says grateful for my gnomies. I love it. I literally instantly started bursting out laughing. It is the cutest Thanksgiving card. I love it. So thank you, Wallflower. I love this card. I'm going to hang it up like my grandparents did on the wall. Any Christmas, Thanksgiving Day cards that they got, they would hang on the wall for the season. You know, they used to get a ton. I do not get the amount of Christmas cards that they did. I might get a couple, 3 or 4. And I also have to send my Christmas cards out soon before I forget. I have them right here in my drawer, like ready to write up, and I just keep forgetting. Let's see. They're actively working to fix it by 10:30 a.m. for my internet. Well, it's working right now, so we'll do our best to minimize disruption in the area. Could experience a service interruption. We apologize for the inconvenience. We'll text you when the issue is resolved. Great. Appreciate you, Xfinity, you assholes. Did anybody do any Cyber Monday shopping yesterday? I did not. Well, A, you have to have money to do that, and B, there wasn't grab like anything that I was like, ooh, that's a good deal. You know, I saw some good deals on my Glamnetic lashes, but I don't buy things for myself. So Crocs had like a buy 2 pairs for like $50 at some point. Oh, I also got, I think it was a $10 donation when I wasn't live anymore yesterday. I'm not going to say the person's name, their real name, but I wanted to say thank you to that person. I appreciate it.
Yes, I am.
Appreciate it more than you know. We're just a little guy channel, so any and all support to the channel is very helpful. And I just wanted to say thank you. You missed it, Jessie. I was showing them my Thanksgiving card. It's from Wallflower. It says grateful for my gnomies. I don't know where she found this card, but it's amazing. For my gnomies. That's so cute. So cute. Oh, Your Honor's thirsty. I know, Your Honor. I'm starving. I have my little breakfast sandwich right here, but I'm not going to eat it yet. Not yet. Luigi Mangione was in court yesterday for one of a few hearings they're going to be having in his case. They're trying to, I think, a motion to suppress for his backpack, the gun, and the notebook, because they did not have a warrant when they searched it. And they didn't really have probable cause other than he looks like someone and he had a mask on. So, I mean, I do think that there's a good chance that that evidence is suppressed, but I don't know. Gotta have a warrant, folks. You can't just do whatever you want when you're a cop. And they did not have a search warrant.
All rise in court, please. Jurors entering.
It was the jury.
Morning.
I think he knows this is not going to go well for him. I mean, he looks, for that just one moment I looked, and you look like his entire life force left his body. Like he saw a ghost almost.
Here. All persons having to do with the Honorable Justice, I for the justice of the Norfolk Superior Court. Brought here, give your attendance and show your hearing. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
And off your cell phones, whoever had your cell phone on yesterday in court, you assholes.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. We had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yeah, right. How many people lied?
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
I'm not buying this either. I mean, how many of those people went home and talked to their spouse about it? Like, come on.
Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media?
No chance. No chance. It's like, I'm sorry, but you know at least some of those people are lying. Like, come on. Let's be honest here.
With those 4 questions, all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
So back on the stand, Sergeant Schmidt. Okay. From Cohasset PD. His name's Harrison Schmidt.
Sir, you understand you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd asked to finish that recording.
Ugh,
You may.
God.
Ms. Gilman?
Miss Gilman is a rock star. Miss Gilman, I don't know how you do it, lady, but you are an absolute rock star.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was their scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Monday
going
off
on.
because of one weekend.
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday, 30th, when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue to get back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't see, here's the thing, she sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a bit, I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, when I was talking to Jem's like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. It was like, all right, all it did was further confirm that, I got to get to see the kids. We got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
So did Anna ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from that she was in flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she said, she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight to Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days. Which is again, was normal when she said I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I'm going to stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I don't have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
On New Year's.
Need a caffeine injection to listen to this, Christy.
I'm aware that she
Got my caffeine right here, gonna need it.
No.
did, why do you think that is?
Thankfully, my neighbors
Well,
got the day off, so
I don't know. I mean, Jem.
gave her the money and
Probably,
coffee.
we just wanted to, most likely just to enjoy the,
We didn't have it snowed.
And he was only here for 4.5 hours or so. And we hadn't seen him in
Were
person.
you aware?
Christina?
Leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't, I was aware
Good
that it was
morning,
probably early. Again, the assumption or story that in my head was that it was just leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned.
Mine also had school. It was more Western Mass that got canceled in New Hampshire.
Monday.
Morning,
Yeah,
Monica.
I had no information otherwise, but, I was definitely surprised, like, I gotta go.
Okay, so, what were your plans with, on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so, it was gonna be the same stuff. The only difference is that, she might have, come up with me, to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something, like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Like I said, I had time, to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that.
Mine was disappointed too.
I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Adela. She's like, this can't be my friend. This was 30 minutes before New Year's, and she brought it up. She did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
Um,
You said you couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve, saying the friendship is over or something to that, right?
Yeah.
What did he say? I'm,
What did Anna say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. That's actually also put her phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that, I haven't even seen you for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough, because that's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit, it's not the relationship, I guess, she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years, so just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it's 10 or 15, then I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point. You
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed, and then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Real Fasto. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So just 10, maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know, where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, or a bedstand.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
I want the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, not in the ceiling tile drawer, on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up,
I got yeeted. That happened. I think Xfinity, I did get that text message this morning saying that there was like network issues in my area. That happened. Hold on. I think Xfinity, I still have myself on. So I could type to you guys. So I think it had a issue. I got that text message this morning, they said it would be fixed by 10:30, but I wasn't experiencing any issues until they must have like shut it off and then reset it for the whole area, I guess. I don't know. So let me get the trial back up. Although they're still in the listening to this stupid thing phase. The interview. I apologize.
Sad that we're not spending a lot of time together.
I would like to know if Xfinity
She was sad
reimburses
about it
people
too.
when they do that shit. It's really
It was exhausting
obnoxious.
for both of us. It was
Like you're shutting off internet for people while people are actively working. That's crazy. No, I got a text this morning. I read it on air. It was saying something about an issue in the area.
But my wife and I were a very good team.
Said,
we agreed on, I have to get this.
Hi, it's Xfinity.
Just didn't feel like
We've identified a net performance issue that may be affecting your Xfinity service and needs to be repaired right away. We're actively working to fix it by 10:30 a.m. We'll do our best to minimize disruption in the area. Well, good fucking job, Xfinity. You didn't do that, dicks. During this time, you could experience a service interruption. And then it says your address at blah, 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 blah. We apologize for the inconvenience and we'll text you when the issue is resolved. Well, I didn't get a text that it was resolved. So if that happens again, just know it's Xfinity playing games.
Said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure.
Hey, Bryn.
Doesn't really track.
Hey,
with my
Sam.
life. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. And, maybe the country house like in Bella in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining.
Does she have any other identification?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards. One with
That's super distracting.
One with NIP. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't know if they're in. I don't even know if the date is on them or the proper date. If they're
I'm in Serbia, I end up ties naturally, but you should visit our family or good friends.
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which speaks perfect French. But she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if it's still there, Julianne. But other than that, that would be it. And then DC and Boston. I mean, sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
You check international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
You think the mother knew? I wonder to myself, she's like repeating his talking points. Like, I think she knew.
The chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. When she doesn't call, she does something. They do it online, online messaging.
Oh, they should probably go to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat. Yeah. So that's so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that. But a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back. Yeah. So sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like they're like, we'll just come and change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for. She had gotten a good status, especially with the card. So I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter are different. So yeah, she never called.
What about like a reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Anna was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. Like, I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on Open Table or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
And then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
so normally is like a bigger
Yeah, I mean,
scheduled plan for New Year's.
right, but I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request?
Sorry, I'm writing notes. You know me and my note taking.
No, always Thursday,
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9,
So
yes.
there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we would have been brunch, but it was good. That's
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, sort of, no.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way. No.
The mom
The only
keeps
time
talking about
she
January
was
3rd and her
she saw
going back.
someone without me was Rima, and I was on twice. She did that twice.
My God.
Every-
Jethro, no trying to eat the dogs
other people come to the house.
on TV.
The time together was very important for us.
Folks from the area.
New Year's
Kirby,
Day,
As far as moving out.
New Year's Day,
She was close with.
early morning, like 2, 3 in the morning. That's his claim.
Peter Kirby, they went to the same leadership school together 3 years ago. And he lives with his wife and John Marshfield. They've been calling for support. Jim Mulu, who's here, obviously, a family friend, and someone who is, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, you're gonna have to obviously keep up the dialogue and back and forth. You're gonna have to follow up questions, as you can imagine,
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, let me get that done. But I think she sent it to me. What is it? Could this be it?
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You wanna pull those and then for the past week and that'll help us travel and
Oh.
stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the capital. The capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We gotta jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We get, how much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
Very first.
Oh, okay, so just.
We'll give y'all December, if you want. We'll give y'all, we're not gonna,
That's-
Probably easier just to pick one a month.
whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start
Sometimes
December
broken
10.
up.
Yeah, so will I, but I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, she does everything online.
Yeah.
Anna's cousin, one of the.
Milan?
Remember, the mother hired a private investigator to like follow her at some point. Doesn't seem like Brian's mother liked her either. Maybe because her son was a fucking degenerate.
No.
Um,
I Yeah, I think he does speak English though.
So, you said there was a conflict, is that?
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it, but since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia will change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. And then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, dissolved the deal. So they had a deal that took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform on it. They were about to scrap
So aside from that, and the building, is there any, business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be, would be upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. She's wonderful. So, and if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that, honestly. That would be upgraded to anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, we love the guy in LA.
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
A
Well,
civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay.
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reasons any.
Okay, yeah,
I
I don't
understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and then he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one, that's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just to.
Yeah, what is the Ron
Like the gallery.
Rivlin thing? But he had
Ron.
Ron Rivlin. Yeah, but he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What do you say?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What were the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
All that criminal stuff started.
That's right when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who. I mean, certainly I have a different situation. So him and I mean, there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it.
Yeah.
They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
The guy is
Jung could care less. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, same with Arno Dubuis.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Chung Lee is and what was the other name you said?
was Arno. Or the other person who Arno Dubuis, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all a separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
memorandum.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife and did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like those people, I
Right.
understand that. Some of those people make it very far-fetched to have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty, I mean, you know, and he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or, some about this, media or.
We're,
In any like context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
What was that, a truck was here last night, with, out-of-state place, was that a visitor or?
What Abdullah?
What time did he arrive?
Adele, yeah, he was, it was
You
late.
called me.
Yeah, I called you late, so you must have not.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes, but my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to,
I don't think so.
yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly, but he went, but at one point, he brought Dave Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which is weird, and then I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids for a minute, but.
I'm hearing a lot, talking with Anna's friends and you, there's leadership. What exactly is going on with this deep group that you guys are part of?
Yeah, so how to explain it was something called Lost Breakthrough Academy, and it was a leadership training program. You know, we formed pretty close relationships there, and we, as I said, that we raised a lot of money through our community service projects each, from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, you know, he says that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
Okay.
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Adele is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
The guy he brought in.
James Ryan, no, yeah.
I thought it said-
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When's the last time I went to the leadership group?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The
Yeah.
last time she was part.
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
All right.
But, Jen, Alyssa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please let me know. Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very, very cool.
Okay. It is, 15:36. Shut up.
Your Honor,
Yes,
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
sure. So George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree to them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now.
Good morning, my friends.
D for ID.
Funny enough, I actually feel like shit this morning.
5:18
I'm tired.
On Saturday, January 7th, 2023. Cohasset Police.
I am wearing my
Harrison Schmidt.
Twisted Tragedies
received an
sweatshirt,
email
though.
From Richard Walker 9984 at Gmail.
Which you all can get in my shop.
Which stated, we have the so named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us. And if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us. Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com, which stated,
Oh yeah, I got a store on my YouTube.
Anna Walsh, unless she pay the money we deal,
I'll drop the link
she
so you guys
isn't
can
coming back.
look at the store.
Thanks and good luck. The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walsh, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, kidnapped stock photos, end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account richardwalker9984@gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari,
And what is his relationship to Anna Walsh?
a previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, you and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information? Where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could
We have coffee
take that
mugs.
down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a
This is my
previous
spit on
name
Triple Tears one.
of NIP, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now,
I'm looking to do
after
bigger glasses.
that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did
I
you
also got to
do
make
in the morning?
sweatpants to match
We
these.
briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant,
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway,
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and I had indicated to the council, now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as Exhibits 56, 61. They comprise records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So, just clarifying that.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
(11:13) on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Trooper, Norfolk DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lives in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe it's like, by the nail salon that, on 92 years ago,
What road would that be on?
by Kathmandu, shop.
Yeah, I do. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It's probably the alcoholic wipes or the the other ones, whatever it's called, I forget what it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment,
That was cash, okay.
and the time that you would have been there?
7?
Oh, 7 p.m.?
Yeah, 11.
Okay.
I was looking for, how long for the show.
Okay.
Because, it's very hard. to
Well,
get
we
it
know that you got back to Cohasset at, by 8.
After 11, yes, but everyone was,
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
before 7, most likely, it was, it gets dark out, so we're late.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was full 6:30?
I don't,
Okay,
but
so
it could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danny's?
That was the only place I went in the whole group.
And you went there,
Earlier.
for the time?
Yeah. I've been going to the Walgreens, anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. That would be trying to get some.
And on the second, the only place you went was the press.
Me and StreamYard are gonna fight. That's what's gonna happen here. I am really tired of them doing this. Oops. Sorry, I was trying to like message you guys on here, and the internet just literally craps out. And it's like, I don't know what they're doing to fix the internet right now, but they're not fixing it. What they're doing is like resetting everyone's routers, and then it takes like 5 minutes for it to reset and for me to be able to get back on here, which pisses me off. Because then everybody, see, now it's everybody has jumped off, right? So that they can go watch the trial somewhere else. And it's like, are they going to reimburse me? I don't think they fucking are. It's obnoxious as hell. Like, okay, Xfinity, if there was a problem, why didn't you fix it in the middle of friggin' night? Because my internet was fine until you guys started messing around with it. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
I can see my feet
I'm so frustrated.
Where are your feet located?
Channels
at the
already
top
had
of the
like,
frame.
you know, a
And
rough month.
if you could
like,
just tell us like what you're wearing for
can't.
footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring.
Thank you, Kimberly.
payment.
I appreciate it.
And Your Honor, at this point in
Just
time, the
very
Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8
frustrating.
from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
The channel already had a
Thank you,
really
Your Honor.
shitty month in general. I can't afford for this to be doing what it's doing.
Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Tudor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walsh or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of J.P. Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60? Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40,
45.
page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walsh.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walsh.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes. May I have G, please? I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Abishan Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes,
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walshe, do they?
correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin. Where'd you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No,
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes,
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
yes,
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case, to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes,
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
yes,
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
yes,
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
yes. I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew and the detectives knew early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
It's a good question, Joy. I'm not actually sure how he's paying it. Maybe his mother. She's
Because
got
you were
some
talking to
money.
him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis. Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And
It's a good question. I'll try to find out,
basically
though.
answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walshe. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those, okay,
Yes, sir.
those
He
two
does have different
exhibits
attorneys in the
that were
federal
shown,
cases.
Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts. on the-
Interesting. Jesse says his mother's paying for it,
Yes.
which I
You have no
figured.
idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
But he does have different attorneys for the federal case that he had.
Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
Well, snarky, Mr. Counsel.
So let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that
Sure
you
it's not
were doing was,
vodka.
as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you
The
exercised that
theatrics.
competency. And when you
For
saw,
real.
for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And
To be.
is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
Well, not to be.
You made note, and you told this jury,
That's his
you made
question.
note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that bowl, correct?
Yes,
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheet.
yes, that's what I
I love
remember.
you, Joey.
And
Hilarious.
eventually that
And you're right,
sheeting
Casey.
was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It
last
was
part.
eventually seized, it was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Yes,
And did that subsequent seized sheeting that matched the sheeting that you observed in the bowl?
it looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes,
That's the door to the basement?
correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes,
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
Plastic sheeting expert. Speed
I
dial.
assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes,
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
What? It's an intruder now? That she died in her sleep. Which is it, counsel?
I don't recall.
Stick with your story, sir. Anyone could get into the basement. It
We
wasn't
heard some
us.
evidence yesterday about
Where
a
he's going
hole in
with
the
that.
ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
yes,
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster
I
fell
do.
without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
She could have done so much better.
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
Must be
I
a
believe in one
narcissist
of the audio
liar.
recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
They're good at pretending.
But you don't
there's
have any
someone
idea
else.
what he's walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation.
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the installation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes,
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
correct,
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
correct,
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes,
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the
Exactly,
wrong
Joey.
number. I apologize.
Narcissists are good at hiding who they are, pretending they're someone else completely, and then they rope you in, and you're like stuck because now you love this person, and they're a narcissist. I mean, look at fucking Aiden and all the women that have fell for that. You know, they're good at manipulation. They just are. Until you know that they're doing it. Once you can see that they're doing it, it's blatantly obvious. But
I think I'll just ask questions.
you're sort of brainwashed. Munchausen's, sort of.
yes,
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
yes,
You found some bags down there,
I did.
and you didn't open the bags,
Correct.
but you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you,
Yeah, I manipulated it with my boot.
with your boot? And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay, but you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay, and this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. And using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken.
Not at the time.
And of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the
Yes.
pool that is in the rear.
Stockholm syndrome, Michelle. Exactly.
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it.
It's the most dangerous time to leave.
Subsequently, it had been
It's
drained.
what they know,
Yes.
or they have an
As
idea.
far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact.
It's exactly why. We know
you would
that
be
she was doing that on
interested to
purpose.
determine If there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool, that'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you? That was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And
On how to
so
plan.
there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced in backyard doing the track.
Okay. it didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And
I'll
they
explain
were
in the
there for
comment.
more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day, went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about the media used to message. There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
iMessages.
Like Apple to Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
I mean, you could call it
That
iMessenger.
direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And that's what people call it, iMessenger, iPhone to iPhone. iMessages,
When you were
but people
talking
call it
to Mr.
Messenger.
Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when
Why
you
does that matter?
testified before the grand jury.
Come on.
weren't
I don't recall, likely.
you? Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was
She had a
really
plan,
talking
it just-
about Facebook.
He offed her first, you know?
The context
Yeah.
of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay.
That's exactly what she was doing,
When
Joy.
he was
She
talking
took
to
the
you
act,
and saying, well, some
waiting for him to go to jail.
messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walsh.
Signal
He
gate.
was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then
It was the one-armed man.
Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walsh and one person named William Faster, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
you are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walsh and William Fastow.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
I mean, this guy an
Anybody who's a
idiot.
friend will see those messenger communications and can respond
Duh.
to them?
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Correct.
Well, when you talk about messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used.
Facebook,
by
Facebook Messenger, yes.
Right. It's between the two people or group, whatever.
If
that are
someone's
in
trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger.
Morning.
It might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained on that. Come on, stop it. Redonkulous.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates.
They do not.
Mr. Walsh saw any.
They're not signal
Facebook
messages.
Messenger communications between Anna Walsh and William Fastow, aren't you?
Correct.
And then a bear dragged her off and put her in her bed and he found her because that would have been his story. So absurd.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and if I could withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your
Strike-
questioning
whatever,
of
heard.
Mr. Walsh, you were
Strike
present
that
with
shit.
others, correct?
Yes.
Other officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be
Goddamn.
known, correct?
Conspiracy, I tell you.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in DC, and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fastow, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fastow sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fastow, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fastow, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right.
Cuffs like this guy an idiot.
Anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training and experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the DC area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, you were,
I'm waiting for it.
that question was, you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It's
It was
exactly
the
the
topic of
point.
discussion.
Okay.
Like your daddy.
And so it's true.
Bingo.
isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back.
Try again, sir.
I'm
Or
sorry.
new question.
Sure.
Different question, sir. I mean, what part of that did you not understand, counsel? Judge wants to listen to the question again.
Could I hear that? No, if I was supposed to.
Maybe the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
It's word games.
You were
Yeah,
warning
it's word
Mr.
games.
Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
So,
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay, but regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you
I highly
and
doubt
whether
it'll
you did
justify.
something to Anna, correct?
As you know,
Yes.
as an attorney, that's not
And-
likely. No, they did not suggest he was going to take the stand.
Experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the
Speculation,
large
that requires
reference. So Keep your
speculation.
voice up, and if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe
The
I should
lawyers
just
cannot
stay
ask
right here.
questions
All right, you can move around. I just need you to keep your
where the
voice up.
witness has to
Thank you.
guess or make a speculation.
You know,
I know.
sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe
Objection.
the person that they
Speculation.
might think is responsible, correct?
Objection.
I've always been under the
Calls for
premise of
speculation.
trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay.
That calls for him to
That's
assume
all I have. Thank you, sir.
what other people are thinking or doing. Like, come on. That's,
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
I would have
The witness may step down.
objected for a speculation there. Okay, done with Sergeant Schmidt here. Who we calling now?
May call its next witness.
Nicorino? Nicorino. Nicorino.
Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Knew it. Knew it. He's Massachusetts State Police. He's a digital forensics expert. Poor guy was hit by a drunken driver. And so he's very uncomfortable when he's got to sit there for long periods of time. Trooper Garino. It's unfortunate, but he got really fucked up in that accident and a drunk driver hit him. See how he kind of waddles a little bit? That's from the accident.
Are you standing face the court for me?
Good morning, sir. And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and I'm a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download
For
and
your phone.
extract data from
devices.
digital devices.
And Cellbrite is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Correct.
Okay. And
And the
is that a
software.
private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes,
Yes.
Cellbrite. I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes. CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Cellbrite Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices
do
and cell
here.
phones. So if you have
Automatically
something that
suspend
breaks, you
it.
can still get the data from it.
But not permanently.
CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get. And also CAF, which is Cellbrite Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you receive certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take the
It's 11
break.
o'clock.
We'll see back in
That's
about
our 11 a.m. break.
All right, so court, please.
Close your notebooks, follow me.
Of course, they stop before they do the interesting shit with the digital forensics with Celebrate and CAF. God damn it.
Does anyone need anything before I step off the bench?
It is
Seeing
11
nothing? Have a good break.
All right.
Right. Celebrate's wrong in this case, too. What they fail to understand, right? Let me just pause this real quick here. What they fail, we'll mute it. It's already muted. They muted it. This is streaming live. Yeah, the case is streaming live. I'm just going to mute it in case they pop the thing back up. Actually, I'm going to leave it for a second because I don't know if they have to argue any housekeeping matters or whatever for the 20-minute break here. Didn't sound like it. The judge, they usually got to get rid of the jury first, and then if there's any issues, they argue them, and then I don't know. So a lot of the times for these 20-minute breaks, they leave this guy with his attorney sitting there, or put them in a break room. So I don't really understand why they cup him back up, take him out, bring him back in. It's a 20-minute break, right? Usually, it depends on the judge, I guess, but most judges will let them sit still there in the courtroom with their attorney for the 20 minutes because it's just a 20-minute break. It looks like they're bringing him either into another room with his attorneys or down to a cell for the 20 minutes, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but whatever. Oh, hey, look, it's Chopper, the fan. We name the fans in trials, and Fanny was the one in the Karen Reed trial. We have decided to call this fan Chopper. Chopper, Chopper style, So that's what this fan is. This is Chopper. Welcome, Chopper. But you have to remember in the Karen Reed trial, they bitched and moaned at, people on the outside that have no idea what they're talking about and don't know digital forensics at all. Sat there and whined and said, oh, so Celebrate's wrong. Celebrate's never been wrong in any other case, but it's magically wrong in this case. Well, see, this is what they didn't understand. It wasn't that Celebrate was wrong. It had nothing to do with Celebrate being wrong. Celebrate was not wrong. It had to do with the man, Richard Green, interpreting the data incorrectly. He was not certified in Celebrate. He incorrectly interpreted that a DB wall file timestamp is a timestamp for a Google search, when in fact, a DB wall file does not give you the timestamp of a Google search. A DB wall file will only give you the timestamp of when someone opened or closed a tab and put it in the background. It's nothing to do with the Google search. And so Richard Green misinterpreted the Celebrate data. The Celebrate data was correct, right? The DB wall file was showing when a tab was opened, closed, or put in the background. It was Richard Green that incorrectly interpreted the data because he was not, and here's the funniest part, is he was not certified in Celebrate, right? So he called Celebrate on the phone and got the guy who helped make the software, Ian Whiffen, right? Well, at least the call was directed to his voicemail. So he left Ian Whiffen a voicemail. Mr. Whiffen then called, okay, back, and Richard Green didn't answer. So then Celebrite had to put out an entire article. Ian Whiffen himself put out an entire article explaining why DB wall files do not give timestamps for Google searches and why it is a timestamp for when you would open or close a tab, put it in the background. And that's sad. And so, yes, afterwards, you are correct. They updated the software so that someone else could not incorrectly read the data, right? Because if you just leave it the way it is, someone else, like Richard Green, who was not certified in Celebrite, could do the same thing. And then you're accusing someone of something they didn't do simply because someone like Richard Green, who wasn't certified in the software, read the data incorrectly. So Celebrite then took steps to make sure that that could never happen again, right? Other softwares didn't take those steps. But Celebrite itself did because they saw the damage it did to an innocent person for no real reason. Now, in trial 1 of the Karen Reed case, Richard Green actually had to get on the stand and apologize for reading it incorrectly when they questioned him about why the Google search is, why he's now saying it didn't happen at 2:27 a.m., right? And so he said, I believed it to be true at the time. I apologize for whatever, it has caused. And it's like, apology too late, bro. Now you have people running around thinking a 2:27 a.m. Google search happened, and that's just not the truth at all. That Google search didn't happen until after 6 a.m. So, here's the funny thing. We still have people running around claiming that Google search happened simply because Richard Green said it did, because he incorrectly misinterpreted the data because he was not certified to read Celebrite data. Okay, and he never called Richard Green back. He never called Ian Whiffen back. And so Ian Whiffen had to get on the stand and explain why a DB wall file, just like Jessica Hyde did, is not a timestamp for a goddamn Google search. Okay? It's just not. He's got to take a conspiracy fee. He's got to take a conspiracy fee, I just think it's insane to me, Yeah, here's some money to not harass my patrons, aka my income. But yes, the Celebrate data was updated so that it couldn't happen again. The problem is there's far too many people still believing that nonsensical bullshit, even though it's debunked a million times. And in the second trial, they did not put Richard Green on the stand because at that point, that Google search had been debunked so many fucking times that they knew that they could. So they didn't even bother to. The defense didn't bother to address the Google search. They didn't bother to try to counter it. And they did not put Richard Green back on the stand because, well, they knew that they would just have to get him back on the stand. And Richard Green clearly wasn't going to lie. He was going to have to do the same thing and apologize and said that he, didn't read it correctly. And so they just the defense kind of left it alone. But it's like, how many of those jurors who they admittedly lied to stay on the jury, right? How many of those jurors believe that Google search happened in the second trial, even though it had been debunked a million times over? And that is the problem that we have with things like that. When people do not understand things, I've heard so many nurses be like, well, I'm a nurse and he's got John O'Keefe had 2 black eyes. If you're a nurse and you don't know what raccoon eyes are or how you get them, then you're not good at your job or you've never worked in trauma. You might be a nurse, but you might work in a detox handing out medication and taking blood pressures. Just because you're a nurse, and this is the problem, right? Are these people who get up there and they're like, well, I'm a nurse. Been a nurse for 30 years, and that's from being punched in the face. Funny, punched in the face, huh? Well, if you were punched in the face, both eyes, so you think maybe your orbital bone would break? I've broken someone's orbital bone, all right? Just saying, okay? So don't you think something would be broken? Oh, that's right. Nothing was broken. And we know now that Karen pulled that piece of glass from his nose, right? So that's where the scratch from his nose and his face came from, was that glass, right? So we know that because Karen admitted that. And anybody who does work in trauma absolutely knows that a head strike like that, hitting your head like that, causes what is called raccoon eyes, where the blood starts to pool in the front of the skull and makes what they call raccoon eyes. So you had these people sort of getting out there and saying, well, I'm a nurse and I know that that's not right. And people taking them at their word. Oh, well, that's a medical professional. And they're saying this isn't right. So something must not be right. This is when I tell people to look into anything yourself. Do not take someone's word. I don't give a fuck what they say. How many times have we heard, well, that person's a lawyer. They know what they're talking about. And how many times has that lawyer been wrong and I've been right? I'm just saying, like, of course, no one's always going to be right. But the point is people use these titles as sort of a gotcha, right? Like, well, I'm a this, so I know better. No, not necessarily. That is not always true. People also like to bolster their, experience so that people will believe them. Well, I'm a nurse for 30 years. Cool. What kind of nurse were you? I mean, were you a school nurse? Because you certainly wouldn't know what raccoon eyes were if you're a fucking school nurse, right? Are you a nurse that works for 30 years in programs and detoxes? I mean, just asking, are you a nurse that works in a prison? Right? I mean, being a nurse itself for 30 years does not prove that you know what the fuck you're talking about. And also, I just want to point out to all these nurses that did that during Karen Reed's trial, you guys, absolutely, if you've ever worked in the medical field, which I have, you should know that is outside of your scope of practice. To even attempt to try to say you know better is outside of your scope of practice. You are not a doctor. And even some doctors wouldn't know what the fuck it is. You're not going to ask a gynecologist what raccoon eyes are you? Or podiatrist, the foot doctor, I'm just saying. Just saying. It's, you're such a baby and I love it, but I've had to punch many people in the face over my 39 years of life. And that's the thing, right? You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You just can't fucking do it. You cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. And that's half the problem, right? He was wrong from the start. And so that's part of the problem, which is those lies were peddled for so fucking long, with people believing they were true, that sort of entered as part of their bias to why that investigation or why that case was so fucked up. And even now, some people refuse to take that part out because it's been debunked like 72 times. Richard Green, Ian Whiffen made the goddamn fucking software, bro, okay? The guy who made the software is literally telling you that a DP wall file does not give you the timestamp of a Google search. It just does not, okay? That's not what a DB wall file is for. And so Richard Green, rightly so, apologized on the stand, but that didn't really fix the problem because then you still had people like the sewer turtle peddling that fucking lie in that Google search as if it happened. There are still people to this day that argue that. There are still people to this day that argue Chris Albert had anything to do with anything. Chris Albert never even went to 34 Fairview. He left from the bar and went home. Right? So why are we standing outside of his fucking pizza shop? What does he have to do with anything? He doesn't. We still have people arguing that Colin Albert had anything to do with anything. When it was already proven Colin Albert left before Karen and John arrived out front. He was not fucking there. Ellie McCabe picked him up before Karen and John arrived outside. Yet there are still people repeating that. Why? Why are they repeating it? Because they've been fed it for so long. All it takes is repeating something over and over and over as a fact for other people to do the same thing. And the sewer turtle, well, he's good at doing shit like that, just repeating shit over and over and over to the point where people actually believe the shit that he's saying. Except recently, he's starting to sort of tell on himself now. He knows that there's lots of shit sort of coming out now. And so he's kind of had to tell on himself, right? Kind of had to. People keep telling me to try these Tim Tams. Shout out to Dachshund Lover on X. They're saying I need to try the white Tim Tams. They used to be a rep for Arnott's. They actually have to stop production of all their chocolate cookies to do a white Tim Tam run. That's awesome. See, I have said that I would like to try snacks from other countries, Australia being one of them. I've never had a chance, and drinks, never had a chance to try snacks and or different drinks from different countries. And so I would really love to try different snacks and drinks from different countries because I think that would be fun. I love that. Let's see, what is this? Hold on. So here's a fun one. I don't know if you guys knew this one, right? But hold on. No, I don't have a world market. I don't even know what a world market is. Exactly. And that's the problem is the sewer turtle tells himself lots of lies. Ketchup chips. I've tried ketchup chips here, but they're delicious. You're gonna have to send me a care package. A care package of snacks and drinks from Canada. I would love to try snacks and drinks from anywhere, even Canada. Something that we don't have here in the United States, you know? That would be so fun. Do a video of like an unboxing and trying of some of these different things from different. I know they have certain ones on like Amazon, but I feel like it's, you know, much better when it comes from someone else like themselves, sort of picking out the different snacks and drinks that we wouldn't have here in the United States to pick out like the best ones, you know? I feel like it's so much better to have someone else who lives there sort of pick them out than it is to just like order it on Amazon and maybe it's expired and maybe it tastes like crap. And I mean, I'm not gonna like everything, obviously, but it's kind of cool. I think it's better to have like someone else pick them out for you who lives in that country. Let's see. Okay, so so here's the thing. What's happening? Oh. Oh. I haven't checked my messages yet from last night into today. So if I'm seeing that I have messages on X, so I apologize. But I have not gotten back to you guys because I have not checked them yet. It's Framingham and some. Yeah, I don't live on that side of the state. I'm in the South Coast. Yeah, that's possible. Be so fun. That would be so fun. Aldi. Oh yeah, I don't have an Aldi near me either. The defense in green fully intended to incorrectly explain the celebrate evidence. I do believe that the defense did, but it did seem like Richard Green was remorseful and didn't read it correctly. But I think the defense fully knew at that point. And I think at some point, Richard Green fully knew like it was wrong. And I think that's why he had no choice really, but to get on the stand and be like, I apologize, you know? Oh, girl, you must be getting the snow today, right? Because Worcester County's schools were like closed. Worcester public schools were closed and all sort of Western Mass. I don't live in Western. Oh, yeah, Grafton and Uxbridge. Yeah, I don't live in Western Mass. I live in the South Coast. It might be German based. Not sure, but I think you might be right, though. By the way, shout out to those of you that got memberships yesterday. I gave away the 10 that they give me every month. YouTube gives me 10 a month for free to give away to you guys. And so congratulations, Christy. I know you were one of the people, just like Biker Daddy here, that got one. I wish they could let you pick who they go to, because obviously I pick people who are here all the time. But I cannot pick, unfortunately. But do remember that we are having a pajama party, members only stream on Christmas Eve, and it's going to be fun. You're going to get your Red Bull or your champagne or your beer or whatever out, and we're going to have a later night Christmas Eve stream. So make sure that you get your membership before Christmas Eve for sure, so you can be there. You know. Yeah, I think the closest Aldi's to me is in Dedham, funny enough, which is about 25 minutes. No, Christy got one. You didn't get one. Christy Downing got one. I wish you did. I wish. It did. It shook the bushes. It did. It did shake the bushes. You didn't get anything yet? Dang. We haven't gotten any snow. I'm not going to. I'm in the South Coast. I didn't think it looks like we were just going to get like a dusting. Drinking Santa passes my house, right? But make sure if you don't have a membership yet, that you make sure you get one. If you're on an iPhone, that little QR code in the corner there actually will send you to the page to buy one. You just got to put me on your TV and then scan me with your phone, because the QR code is small. I have to figure out how to like blow it up, make it a little bigger for you guys. But, you know, that QR code, because for some reason, Apple phones do not allow you to buy a membership on the phone through like YouTube. And it's probably because, as far as I understand, YouTube takes their percentage and then another 30% of that gets taken by Apple. Like Apple takes a cut too, which is absurd. But so then that leaves the creator with next to nothing. So that might be the reason why they don't put it on here. But so the other, we did this workaround. Murder by Maestro was kind enough to make me this workaround here for those of you with iDevices. And so that QR code in the corner there, all you have to do is put me on the TV, then take your phone and scan it with your camera, and it will pop up a website, and you click on it, and then it should pop up right to my channel page where you can choose a membership, which there are 4 different tiers for that. But make sure that you get those memberships before Christmas Eve so that you can participate, because it is a members only stream. So also, if you'd like to support the channel, I haven't done this yet. We've already been here 2 hours and I haven't done this yet. Wow. There's a bunch of different ways to do so. We have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, Chime. Chime information is in the description of the video. It's the same as Cash App anyway. It's literally the exact same for Chime. We have an Amazon wish list that is also in the description of the video. And, you know, it's not often that someone buys something from my wish list, but another shout out again to Casey and my rolling cart that she got me. I love it so much. It's going to be so amazing for all of my like crafts that now I have space to put them on the rolling cart, which I love. And Wallflower, because she got me my pink Christmas tree this year and my purple lights to go with it, and was kind enough to still send me a $25 gift card to Amazon, which I cannot promise I will not use on one of my older 2 kids for Christmas because, well, I don't even know how I'm going to pull that out of my ass. So Christmas is a nightmare. So we're going to, you know, do that. But I wanted to just say thank you again. And also to my kind friend, Leah, who got me the cooling blankets for my birthday and my socks that say, I'm not 39, I'm 18 with 21 years experience, because they're very fuzzy and warm. I love them. And my cooling blanket keeps me nice and cool at night. So I am not overheating, which I do when I'm sleeping. And so those cooling blankets are working wonders, my dear, and I appreciate it. You know, it's not often that it happens and something comes like that, but when it does, it means a lot to me. And it doesn't have to be worth a lot of money. It's just the fact that someone thought of me. I don't have a lot of living family left. And so it's not really often that I get a Christmas gift or a birthday gift or a Thanksgiving Day card that I got from Wallflower, which is hilarious. It literally says grateful for my gnomies on it with little gnomes. I fucking love it. It's awesome. I love it. But it's not often that happens, right? So when it does, it's really special to me, and it means a lot to me, right? I tell you guys, like, you know, one of the things that, and I think maybe why like having a stocking is so important to me is because my grandmother, like that was her thing, you know, like doing the stockings, and she always did such a great job of like getting things that'll fit in the stocking, but things that you would want. You know, things that you would like. You know, she would shove like, you know, 2 little gift cards at the very, very top of like 2 places that you like. And then like throughout the thing, she always put an orange. Anybody else get an orange in at the bottom of your stocking? My grandmother always put an orange in our stockings. Don't ask me why, but that was like a thing. I'm assuming we had passed down from her mother, but she always put an orange in the bottom of the stocking. So funny, but she would put things like your favorite perfume or your favorite body spray, you know, like things that an apple, you got an apple, right? It's always an orange for me. It was always an orange, you know, always, always an orange. But I think that's why having a stocking is so like important to me. And it's like, you know, I do the stockings. So it's like my husband for a very, very long time worked for the same company. And it's, I guess you could call it seasonal, but it's 9 months out of the year. So it's, you know, for 3 months, he'd be laid off. And what would happen is right after Thanksgiving, right in the beginning of December, he would be laid off. And then the unemployment wouldn't come in and the plowing wouldn't begin until after Christmas. And so any money that we did have at that point went to the kids for Christmas, right? And I always sort of figured a way to like pull out of my ass at least a few gifts for him. But it's not the same for him. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't the same for him. He used all of his money, obviously, to pay what we had to pay for the bills, and then whatever extra went to the kids for Christmas. So for many moons, I was used to just not really having anything under the tree, or maybe having like one thing under the tree and having the empty stocking, right? Until a couple years ago, my little one said, "Mommy, did Santa forget you?" She thought Santa forgot me because the stocking was empty. So the year after that, I just started filling it with like household crap that she, when she wouldn't, as long as it was full, she thought Santa didn't forget me. I just started, but it's not the same when someone else, when you're filling it with household items or you're buying it for yourself. It's just not. I don't feel a point of like putting your own stocking together because it ruins the magic of it, of the mystery of what's inside, right? And that's the magic of it, is not knowing what the hell is inside the damn stocking, right? And so I think last year was like the first year that I had a stocking. And I'm not going to say my husband did a good job, because didn't do a good job, but that's not his thing. Christmas is like my thing for the kids and him. And I get a lot of joy out of watching them open the things that I thought about getting them. It doesn't have to be worth $1 million, just be something they would want or use or like. And I get a lot of joy of watching them sort of open it. But you do sit there with the feeling of you're the only one like an asshole. You know what I mean? Like you get the empty stocking, there's nothing under the tree. You're just passing everything around to everyone else. And it's hard when you don't have family, right? I don't have living family. My grandparents are gone. I have one grandmother left who lives in Florida. I do not see her often. And, she doesn't really have the money to be shipping up gifts or anything like that. She might send a card for Christmas, just a good Christmas card. But when you don't really have family left either, it's kind of like it's just you and your immediate, your kids and your husband. And so I think these little things, like having a stocking that means something to people, I don't think we pay enough attention to it, as humans. So I try every year to pay attention to the things that people care about the most, whether it's a small tradition of making cookies before you go to bed for Santa and letting the kids decorate them, or whatever. Like whatever it is, or the elf. I still haven't found the goddamn elf. I still have not found the elf. Thankfully, my little has not asked for it. She's in school right now. But where's the guy? I found the elf's outfits. I found an outfit that we had for the reindeer. We had the elf's reindeer at one point. We don't know where the reindeer went. We lost that a couple of years ago. No idea where the reindeer went. But we do have a brand new outfit for said reindeer that doesn't exist. And we have elf outfits for the elf on the shelf, but no goddamn elf. All right. I don't know where the elf is. I can't find the stupid elf. And I don't know where the fuck it went. I'm starting to panic because as soon as she starts asking, where is the elf? Because it's supposed to be here, like the day after Thanksgiving. Right. I might have to tell her he went on vacation until I get paid. But that would still be closer to like the middle of December. So I'd be like stalling on the elf's vacation. It's a goddamn elf. I don't know where it is. It's somewhere. I don't know where, but it's freaking somewhere, right? God damn it. The elf is somewhere. I just can't find it. I don't know. It is, right? It's just like the magic of a stocking. Like that's the first thing you open. If there's gifts under the tree, like the first thing you open is your stocking, right? Oh, I love that. Outside your bedroom door. I freaking love that. That's such a great idea. I never thought about that. My kids always woke up at the ass crack of dawn. It's like 6 a.m. and they never wake up at 6 a.m, but Christmas morning, their asses are awake, I remember as a kid waking my brother up, like, get up, and it being like 6 a.m, and my parents telling me to go back to bed, like, go back to sleep, God damn it. I can't even do that these days. Christina, because people don't know where I live, and I'd like to keep it that way. Because I have stalkers. I have turtle stalkers that would love to know where I live so that they could send me more death threats and more unpaid deliveries and more pamphlets and handwritten letters of how I should, DIE and how I should do it. So I can't even do any of that. I can't reach out for help if I need help on a town page or, ask for assistance in any way, shape, or form, because then I'm harassed into oblivion. So it's unfortunate. I can't even do that. Can't even do it. It sucks. Well, I mean, because it's always about the kids, but I mean, it's nice to know someone thought of you, even if it's a handmade gift, you know? Like, for instance, one of my favorite birthday gifts I've ever gotten is a gift that my friend made me for this year for my birthday, and she sent it in the mail because she doesn't live nearby or anything. And it was simply just a card that she made, right? And I think I showed it to some of them. Where is it? Oh, I know where it is. I put it on the card. But this probably didn't cost more than the, you know, paper it's written on or made on, and the markers or crayons she used. But it means a lot to me. It's a happy birthday card from my friend, and it is Peter from Family Guy, and he is naked, and he's sitting on a present, and it says, "Happy birthday, bestie." And this meant more to me. And she sort of like doubled it with, like, you know, outside is one color, inside is another. She actually made the card, right? And then put the date sort of on the back, 2025. But this meant a lot to me, right? Like, she made this for me for my birthday. And that, I mean, what more can you ask for? Like, this is so nice. It means a lot. Oh yeah, happens. It used to happen all the time. Now people don't know where I live, so not anymore. But you know, oh, I used to have so freaking many cards. But listen, when I first opened it, I burst out laughing. I was like, she knows me all too well, and my dark sense of humor. I burst out laughing when I opened it. I was like,
Session, you
oh
may be seated.
my God, I love this. It is Peter Griffin, all naked, sitting on a present. I freaking love it. Hilarious.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And I'm a child at heart, so it made me happy, very happy.
Trooper Greeno, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
Yes, he was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones,
I showed it
and
twice
3
today.
iPads.
Thank you.
My
And were
nomies.
pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
I got yesterday.
Your Honor, at this
Grateful
time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them
I
to
love
the
it.
jury. They've been previously marked and agreed
saw Sunny on
to
X.
by the defense.
Will do right
How many?
now.
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Number 63 through 78. So court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
I know, that's why I loved it so
Photos,
much.
and
Our
they're
names are
all-
next to
all
each of the
digital
gnomes.
devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well.
Okay, I'll check it.
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those.
Yes.
Right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have Exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Greeno, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, is the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So
Trooper Greeno, can you explain that, please?
yes, so the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being Exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please?
I love this, Brian. Gnomes freak me out because you never know what they're up to. I don't like
And is that
clowns.
how you
I kid
found
not.
that device?
I'm afraid of
That's
them.
correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it's the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What
You
did you
mean
do with those
smashed?
items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and it has an alarm on the door. So only select few can get in there. So we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a third computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves?
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra zero. _1 showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
I agree with you, Mindy.
Going to
Defense questions
71.
are a bit of a word salad.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now.
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
It's to show that the phone is the passcode. It's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned
Chrome,
Safari.
Edge,
What specifically
and
is
Safari.
Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, And then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use gray key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we had.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yes, so Apple products save to a NOD-C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that Knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston
Ask
Bruins into the
Jeeves.
search engine, it'll bring up
You guys remember Ask Jeeves?
all the Bruins web pages
Jeeves.
in your web browser.
And
That
what's
was a
the
search
difference
engine,
between a
Jeeves.
search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Sidebar. That's a sidebar. That's a sidebar salad. Think we should play the sidebar thing? I think we should. We haven't played it in a while, right? Where is it? Oh, my fly. Where's my little sidebar things here? God damn it. Oh, here they are, video clips. My nose is so stuffed up from this dry heat, I can't stand it. I need more tissues. I know I had paper towels. Here we go. There we go. Somewhere. Literally, you could feel it in your nose, like, but it's not coming out. I just have the dry heat in my house. I'm thinking about trying to open the window, but then I know it'll be too cold if I do. Ask Jeeves, yeah. Old school style. I remember Ask Jeeves. It was a picture of Jeeves. And he was holding like a silver plate or whatever. It was like a butler. Like Ask Jeeves. It was the old school, like Google. It's like big now. Like, Bing. It's AskJeeves.com. That's what it was. I wonder if it still exists. Anybody know? Ask Jeeves still exists. Ooh, salad sounds really good. I haven't had a salad in a while. Let's see. www.askjeeves.com. Oh, it says UK. So what? They have it for the UK, but they don't have. Oh my God, it still exists. You guys, look. It's still there. Ask Jeeves, although it's not a picture of Jeeves. That's hilarious. I love it. That's awesome. That is freaking awesome. That's the best thing ever. Ask Jeeves still exists. I didn't think it would still exist. Let me see if I type something in, what happens. Oh my God, it's still there. But it kind of brings you to like Google. It's like Google. Even though you're typing it into Ask Jeeves. I have a humidifier, but it's like a mini one. It's like this big. It's technically a desk humidifier. And it's a little humidifier, and it's got like antlers on it. And it's got like a picture inside of it of like a reindeer. But I can't find the back cord that goes with it. I have no idea where it went. It might be in my storage unit, but it's like, you know, it's one of those like plug-ins that has like it's not square. It's like almost like what used to be like a headphone thing that would go into the headphone jack. It's like it sticks out. And I cannot find the thing that goes with it, or it's literally for a desk. It's called desk size humidifier. And so I could put it like right here. There's plugs up here on the desk that are built in, but I can't find it. They plant tree. Interesting. I need to write this down. I need something because it's dry heat. We have baseboard heat. Like, and it's not just me, my daughter, like my youngest, her nose gets all stuffed up. And it's like the baseboards in her room are all the way around. So it doesn't matter where I put her bed. It's essentially like under her bed. And so like, you know, I leave her bedroom room window cracked like this much, like literally this much, so that there's a little air, but it doesn't get cold. But if I open the window in my room's too big, it'll just be freezing in there. You know, I do have one other humidifier. I got to find it. It's somewhere in one of the closets. But I don't know if I have all the pieces still to it. But I definitely need something for the house because it's not just me. It's my husband and my little, those two and me. My older one has she has like an air purifier just because of her disease and stuff. So she has like an air purifier that like circulates the air in her room. So, I mean, it seems to only bother me, my husband, and my little. It doesn't seem to bother the older two. But the dry heat, maybe it's because I'm old, but the dry heat, it's just like makes your nose and mouth, like when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, I do crack it, but it gets so cold. So it's either too hot or too cold. And I can't turn my heat down below 70 because it shuts off the heat, which doesn't make any good sense, but it does. And so I have to leave it on 70. So it's either too hot or too cold, which is why those cooling blankets that Leah got me are freaking amazing. But it's like I can't win, man. It's baseboard heat. I don't know if you guys can see. Probably. Yeah, see the baseboard? It's baseboard heat. So it's like dry. It's so dry. It makes my nose dry. When I wake up in the morning, my eyes are dry, and then I have to go put my contacts in. And thank God I have like contact solutions that wets your eyes. But like I wake up and I'm like, I feel like I woke up out of a dust from the crypt keeper. I feel like the crypt keeper, literally, because that's what it feels like. My mouth, and I keep water next to my bed on my cupcake table when I'm sleeping so that I have something to drink, you know, in the middle of the night because I wake up so many times. But I only have I have the mini humidifier, but I can't find the little thing that goes into the back of it. It's a desk humidifier. And then the big one, I don't know where it is. It's got to be in one of my closets, but I don't think I have all the pieces. I think one of the pieces broke or cracked or something like that when we were moving. Oh, my skin's already dry. I have psoriasis. I have rosacea. My skin's terrible. But, I mean, I'm working on my way up to getting infusion shots for the psoriasis at some point. They want you to try everything else under the sun before insurance will cover it. So creams and like topicals. I do. I drink a lot of water. Wasabi. Oh my God, I would die. Wasabi. Q-tips? No, I don't see it. Is it showing on I don't see it. No, don't see it. Nope. Last one I see from you is about gnomes, and then this one. What about Q-tips? Sometimes YouTube will block comments just randomly, even if it doesn't have one of my blocked, even if it doesn't have one of my blocked words in it, it just holds the comment and I never see it. Which is why if I don't go over your comment, or you guys don't think I'm seeing it, that means I'm not seeing it. YouTube probably booted it as soon as you wrote it. They hold shit all the time, and not even hold shit, but they'll just like boot it right out without me ever seeing it. And it's like, okay, I have like 5 or 6 blocked words, but I can guarantee you're not using one of those blocked words. So then sometimes YouTube has their own like blocked words of things that if you say something or a phrase that they think is inappropriate or whatever, they will literally just bop the comment out without me ever seeing it. So if I'm not reading your comment, guys, or I'm not acknowledging it or putting it on the screen, and it's not like you guys talking to other people, because the only ones I don't really put on the screen are the ones where you guys are like having conversations between yourselves in the chat. Those are the only ones that I don't like acknowledge and put on the screen. All the other ones I either say something about or put on the screen. So if I'm not, know that I'm not ignoring you. I'm not seeing it.
Exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as
Could be
exhibit
a word.
79.
It's probably YouTube though.
That's
They're
item 3.
obnoxious. The censorship is ridiculous. Yes, text it to me. Great idea.
That is
Perfect.
the record. It's the item 3 extraction report, the gray
Perfect.
MacBook Pro.
Fun fact, guys. You guys know that I love like anything pink and anything that has like skulls on it. I also love cherries. My
gonna
entire
ask
bathroom
that,
is cherries.
Item 79
Curtains
be
are cherries.
published to the jury through the screens now because it's so big.
I have
And-
stickers on the
And
toilet.
everyone,
They're literally for the
I know
toilet
you
that
can
are
all see, 'cause
cherries.
You would have raised your hand previously, but previously.
My rug is cherries.
Anybody having any difficulty?
I have a photo of like a picture of
Or never
pink.
mind,
And it's cherries.
away from the screen. Also-
Ooh, that's actually smart, Wallflower. Put the Q-tip in the Vaseline. Put in your nostrils or around your nostrils.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it probably is the word bleeding. You're probably right.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit counts how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive.
David the Gnome. I used to watch that when I was a kid.
Users, B. Walsh, library.
Ooh,
So
Vix,
it's
that's
showing
probably
where in the database it's pulling this information
What
from.
happened? I should check, huh?
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had
It's so
previously
stupid.
told us about.
Yes. So
Oh,
it's
man.
going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the
So
Safari
spooky
folder,
stuff
and
over
then the
here. I
history
don't have any bigs, but
database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the History DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mhm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
Nope, it's just how Apple has a program to store information.
okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a,
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari. And then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record one, to page 533, record
1980.
let me just check it. (1981). Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 ways to dispose of a dead body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's the, doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the second page of the article,
Okay. So what does that indicate?
that the user clicked to go to that next page, showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before, before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
It was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11.
A lot of people have abandoned X. Unfortunately, I don't have that option, but for your sanity, sometimes it's good to log off for a few days,
5:48,
which I do.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Oh, you got the mix of snow and rain? We don't have anything yet.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
Title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. Head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Damn it. If you have pouring rain, that means it's about 15, 20 minutes out from
2125,
me.
576.
Damn it. At least I get a heads up from you. Yeah. That I always know it's about
I know I'm
15,
asking a lot.
20 minutes difference between your house and mine. So,
There we go.
damn it. That means it's coming my way.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is,
Object, Judge, in this, from the sidebar first.
Yes.
Side salad. He said side salad. I had to. They said sidebar again. Ugh. I feel like Peggy feels in that very moment. Like, what the fuck? God damn it. Sidebar, side salad. Yeah, about 20. Well, the weather would be about 15, 20 minutes out. She lives about, I'd say about 30 minutes away. Maybe 35. Could be 25, depending on which way you drive. Yeah, it takes time to drive here. I mean, between me and her, she's South Shore, I'm South Coast. So it's, I mean, I used to actually do the trip every day from like around where I live to Pembroke, which is right near where she lives. Be about half an hour ish. I mean, I take the back roads from where I live to around where she lives because it's actually faster than taking the highway. It's kind of like going around if you take the highway. It's actually faster if you go through the back way there. But yeah, it does. It takes some time. It's about 25 minutes, half hour, depending on the day. Yeah. I mean, I don't have, see, the problem is I don't have a car. So like if I had a car, I'd probably drive by her house every day. I'd probably go there every morning and have coffee with her and then drive home. But I don't have a car, unfortunately. Wish I did.
I think we were at record number 2125,
Yeah.
page 578.
Yes.
I think all of
If we could
Massachusetts
please
is
have
overpopulated.
record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? ?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what
I
is the
would've
date and
loved that.
time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52
Yeah, how long does it take for a
a.m.
body to smell? Who Googles
What
that?
is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
No, it's a fraud.
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:30:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney. Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is he was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses
Wowza.
away into trash bags.
What is the
It
time
is like
and
taste of our
date?
lives.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Right?
See at the
Exactly, Joy. He was immediately trying to figure out whether he could use her cards or not, which you can't. It is actually fraud when someone's missing. You can't do that, right? Yeah, because he probably knew the amount of money that was in her account. I mean, her IRA had $93,000 in it, right? I wrote down the exact amounts earlier in my notes. The IRA had 93,000. Let's see. $93,615.82 in the IRA account. And then she had an individual investment account that had $117,719.74. Well, if you take $117,719, then take that away. That's about what I have in my account, which is like 74 cents. So, but she had a substantial amount of money, right? And he knew that. And that was just the ones that they told us about. And she had paid her credit cards, right? They were at 2,000, 3,000, 2,000, and then like the balance would be paid. She would owe zero. So it's like she was on top of like paying this. She had money, and these were just these two accounts that they showed us. There's many other accounts that she had and things that she had. So yeah, he clearly wasn't in so much of a panic. And that's the other thing, and I don't get, how are you going to explain to a jury that you were in so much of a panic, your wife died in her sleep, that you nudged her, she didn't wake up, and you nudged her again and she fell off the bed because she was dead, that you decided you were going to hide her body, cut it up, and then dispose of it. Yeah, so much panic. Let me tell you that you need to cut it up. If that's the case, why not just move it and dispose of it? Why cut it up? Why go that far? That shows, intent, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It is. Well, that's the other, I don't think it was smart for them to plead guilty on the lying to the police and the moving of the body. I think that they thought that that would take out some of the evidence, because usually if he pleads guilty, you wouldn't be able to use that in the trial. The problem with that is he's still charged with murder, and some of those are still elements to the murder itself. So those were not things that could be, you know, taken out at all. So the judge did not toss what they thought she would toss. And I said that that could happen. It's unfortunate for him, but very fortunate for the family, because you pled guilty to lying to police and moving her body. So how do you explain to a jury? I mean, if he's essentially admitting that he moved her body and that he lied to police. I mean, the opening statement with the defense was that, yes, he lied to the police. Cool. That definitely speaks volumes of him not being a murderer with all his searches. His searches was crazy. Good thing he didn't use Nord. I mean, it would have bounced off some things, but they eventually still would have been able to get it, you know? I mean, it kind of does make for a good NordVPN ad. Insert NordVPN ad here, you know? Yeah, the trash bag killer. So he was looking up the trash bag killer. No, not a small amount of money at all. Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. And then he sat there for that, oh God, how many hours of interview did we have to listen to yesterday? And then another 40 minutes of it this morning. You know? I mean, guy was not super smart. Let's just throw it out there. His Google searches are fucking crazy. At one point, he Googled something about embalming the body, right? And if they can identify it with broken teeth, like, did you actually break your dead wife's teeth? I don't want to think about that, you know? But it's like, Nord is like, it's a security feature. It's a VPN. There's many VPNs where it takes your, like, location, essentially your IP address, and like bounces it off a bunch of different places so it can't be traced directly back to you. There are still ways to do it, you know, but a lot of like websites, if you are creators, even they have their own website, they oftentimes will use a VPN, sort of bounce it off different, like Cloudflare, it'll bounce off like Cloudflare first, you know. It's digital shit. Dude is sick. He is a shitbag. Facts. Yeah, virtual protocol network. So it essentially tries to hide your IP address and location. Is what it does. A lot of the times people use Cloudflare, and it'll bounce from Cloudflare. Put it in different countries, different states, except for the one that you're actually in, you know? I mean, the digital forensic people have a way to still trace it, though.
For purposes of the question that was asked, I'm just
Oh my God, that's such a good point, Joy. As a lawyer, I probably would have asked myself that a million times. Like, you're a lawyer, so how many times have you asked yourself, like, these people are stupid. Here they are buying trash bags. And, you know, tech suits, like this guy did. Bleach. As if people don't know what you're doing with it.
Looking at
So crazy. Not good criminals, all right? Not very smart.
603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from bloodstains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
I'm gonna go take a conspiracy
And what is
bathroom
the
run. Be
title
right
on
back.
page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Wait, want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. It's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap - Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:00 in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone-Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell, Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is
I
the
agree,
date
dumbest
and
criminals.
time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
It literally does, Joy.
What is
You're
the
right.
title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date
You sure can.
and time?
January
Didn't
2nd,
watch any crime
2023,
shows.
12:47:01 p.m.
No crime shows for him.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Maybe Brian Walshe.
Murder
Turtle
conviction
Boy's
without a body
advice.
- Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
Since
January
he's
2nd,
got terrible
2023,
advice.
12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse? ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date and
1738.
time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record
I know about the
2670?
Searches too. Still funny to listen to at this point, though. He's such an idiot. Well, we got a verdict, Your Honor. Guilty.
745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
1738. I feel like saying that every time they say numbers.
Thank you very much.
6, 7.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January
makes me
2nd,
cringe.
2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals, Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 PM.
I would
What is
love
the
that for
title
him,
on
Joy.
page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass.
I know
Zillow.
exactly where that is.
What
It's
is the
on the
date and
Abington
time?
Brockton line.
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 PM.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January
the one with the
2nd,
body in it.
2023, 2:51:28 PM.
What is the
7
title on
30, yeah.
page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
Oh, boy.
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 PM.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 AM.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace, 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 AM.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 AM.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January
pretty
3rd,
fucking stupid.
2023, 1:02:23 PM.
They do.
What is
Have
the
them on
title
video.
on page 860,
Get in a
record
Tyvek suit,
3033?
bleach at Lowe's.
Body found at trash
Parks.
station. Yahoo search results.
What date
The
and time?
hacksaw. Have them on
January
video
3rd,
there.
2023, 1:05:50 PM.
What is the title on page
Depends on what he's charged with
866,
and what they
record
add as an option.
3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 PM.
Second
What
doesn't
is the
require
title of
intent.
page
So it's mens rea.
888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023,
But he's still
7:38
searching.
PM.
But he's still
What is
searching.
the
knowing
title on
that.
page
on, man.
904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 AM.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 PM to January 7th at 3:58 PM?
I don't believe so. From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook, from January 4th at 8:03 PM, January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 PM.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wasn't going to be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 PM.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates.
I think they'll get there, Brian. I do. I do think they'll get there easily with a guilty on this one. I don't understand why he hasn't told them either, but here's the kicker, is that even if he told them which dumpsters he dumped her body parts in, which they already suspect which ones were, the trash was taken before they found her, and so some of her has been incinerated. They incinerate some of the trash. Also, it could be in just piles and piles and piles of trash, and the likelihood of finding it even 8 days after is slim to none. So they sometimes just don't bother.
Thank you.
So either it was incinerated
not.
or it's at
And then starting
Dump.
at January
they don't look because it's too
January
Herculean of a
7th
task.
at 3:58 PM, what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
That could be.
And
it
can
too,
you give us a
Brian.
page and a record number?
Yes, in the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Very well could be the case that he tries to leverage where she is for a lower sentence or for whatever. Like, I'll give you this if you give
So
me
did
that.
you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
You can take a deal all the
And
way
I'd
up
like to
until the
start
jury
with
comes back,
page 521.
if offered.
Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 19.
Well, the searches are
38.
after she dies. So you can't prove premeditation afterwards. You'd have to prove premeditation first. But
I'm sorry,
Murder
1939, please.
mens rea does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts.
Can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the
Right now, all
Gmail
these searches are
a
January
login through the web.
2nd. So
And
they're
going
after.
to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522. Does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And
You can take a
going to
deal
page 524,
on the murder charge all the way up until the jury comes back.
does that continue until record 1947?
If the Commonwealth offers,
Yes, it
they
does.
agree.
And what date and time does that end?
You
The
can
last
actually
one
accept the plea agreement
shows
all the way up until that jury comes back.
January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the
It never
following is
happens.
about an
It's
hour.
never offered,
about an hour later.
usually, but they
Thank you.
can.
Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B and a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on January 27th, December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 831, if you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you. And page
Yes, Nanny, I don't know where you got that
241 to
information, but that's
242, record
incorrect.
891.
You absolutely can't accept a plea deal all the way up
What
until
is
that jury comes back
that
in
title,
Massachusetts.
please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th,
I
2022,
don't think the offer will be given to him
8:33
either.
PM.
I don't think they would even entertain it,
And
which is why it
page
never happens.
253, record 935.
Hey, Lisa.
What is the title, please?
Best state to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 PM.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
So 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
Five best and worst,
Jeopardy
five best
cannot
and five
attach.
worst states to get divorced in the US.
No such thing as
And
double
what is the
jeopardy
date and
until
time?
a jury
December
has come
27th,
back.
2022, 8:52 PM. That's 8:52:39 PM.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington DC divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 PM.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers? 891 and 934. What topic articles are being looked at?
Are we up? Is this, I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
No problem. Double jeopardy does not attach unless a jury has come back with a verdict. You cannot be charged with the same thing twice. So if a verdict,
They are
the jury
all
comes back
showing
not guilty, you cannot be charged with that crime again. So double
websites
jeopardy does not
regarding
attach until
divorce.
that happens.
Divorce advice, mistakes in divorce. Using verbal
Massachusetts,
abuse, don't split up like this.
you can take a plea deal all the way up until that jury
The 10 stupidest
reads
mistakes
guilty or not
men
guilty.
make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look
Any
at page
stage.
259, record 951,
Oh, I agree it was premeditated, but they have to prove it, you know? Right?
what is the
Read your
title
own
being
goddamn
looked
Google
at?
searches, sir.
Can you scroll down a little more? There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does
I've
a
seen
redirect to the
Worse.
Chase
I've seen stupider
It does it
Google searches
again.
than these even.
duplicated.
People are just
Okay.
that dumb. They think they'll get away
And
with
what
it.
is the
They
date and
smash the
time?
computer, hide the
December
computer,
27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 PM.
do it on a kid's computer.
And this goes
People are
on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that
That's because
correct?
you're a good attorney. That's why, Joy, because you're a good attorney.
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account. Yeah.
This is the same trooper that explained the Google searches in the Reed trial. So it's like, how do you believe him in this one, but not the other one? You know what I mean? I think that's a good point, Scorpio.
Trooper, if you look at page
Oh, I remember the surgeon.
508, record 1890.
I remember the surgeon's case. I forget the guy's name, but
What
I
is the
remember that
title?
case.
Replay poker - Google search.
And what is the date and
Turek,
the
that was
time?
it.
12/31,
That was it.
2022, 6:53 PM.
That was the surgeon. Technically, yes, but it wasn't a GPS monitoring bracelet. It was a bracelet that like goes off if you're not home
I
between
am
the
about
times
to
you're supposed
change
to be.
topics. Would this be a good time to stop?
But it had no GPS on the bracelet on his
There's, anything else you want?
All right, for the court,
on
please.
his ankle.
The notebooks. Follow me.
Hold on, let's get this. You did think of it though. That was quick. I wouldn't have even thought of it that quick. And that's the guy, Turek. I remember that case. People felt bad for him because there was like domestic violence involved in that case, or at least that's what he portrayed, right? But he was wearing an ankle monitor, but the ankle monitor was not a GPS monitor. It was one of the ones they put these things in your yard, right?
Maybe
Around the
see.
outside
Any updates?
perimeter of your property.
Nothing burger. Can you just take a look?
And so say you're supposed to be home at 9 p.m. If you're not home at 9 p.m., that thing won't beep because you're not inside the perimeter. And it will tell them that you're not where you're supposed to be. But the one that they gave him, the ankle monitor they gave him, did not have a GPS location on it. So they couldn't track his exact locations from the monitor, which was a mistake in my opinion, right? Obviously, it should always
I was
be
just
GPS
asking Madam Clerk
monitoring.
to check on the
But it wasn't.
weather, and it looks like a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's a nothing burger.
So we don't
I
need
got
to worry
another.
about that this afternoon.
I got
We're
some
good to go right through to 4 o'clock.
Light rain right now.
Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take?
4 or 5 o'clock. Lady, you're killing me.
All right, have a nice lunch.
Killing me, lady. So, I mean, that's the thing. It was house arrest, but it wasn't a GPS. So they have two different monitoring bracelets here in Massachusetts. They have the GPS monitoring bracelet, and then they have the ankle monitor that just, like, they have to put these things on the outside perimeter of your property, right? Where you're allowed to go, where you're not allowed to go. And so, say, for instance, like the court has said, Monday through Friday, you're allowed to leave the house from 9 to 5, right? From 9 to 5, they don't know where you are. They have no idea. But if at 5 o'clock you are not back, I think we have like a grace period of like 5 minutes or something. If you're not back at 5 o'clock, that devices on the outside of perimeter of your property will know that you're not inside that perimeter with that ankle monitor. And so that will go off telling them that you are not at home when you're supposed to be. And so then they can show up to your house, they can, call you, they can put a warrant out for your arrest, whatever. But it doesn't have GPS, so they can't go, okay, you're not where you're supposed to be, let's track you down to where. And I think that's where anybody on an ankle monitor should always be on GPS monitoring. It just seems ridiculous to not have GPS monitoring. But his ankle bracelet specifically was not GPS monitored. It was just an ankle bracelet that if you weren't where you were supposed to be in the house at the times that you were supposed to be, it would tell them. That's it. And that's the problem. So his house arrest was very light house arrest. He was allowed to pick up and drop off his kids and, go here and there. And technically he wasn't even supposed to be going grocery shopping and doing this and doing that, but he was, right? That's how they kind of caught him at Lowe's on camera. But he was dumb enough to tell them he went there. And also they tracked his cards and stuff. But I mean, his house arrest was, really beneficial to him in a way. And I think, and yep, I'm going to say, might not like it, but if that monitor or that person that had done what he did and was on that monitor was me, it would have been a GPS monitor. There's no chance in hell I would have been allowed out as many hours as he was, right? Bottom line. And I do think that money, status had something to do with why he got such a favorable house arrest, because normal people do not get house arrest where they're allowed out, 8 to 10 hours a day. And it's not a GPS monitoring anklet. It's just a anklet that goes off if you're not at your house at a certain time that you're supposed to be. Most people get the full GPS monitoring bracelet. And if you cut it off, they know immediately, you know what I mean? Like he got some favorable, it definitely was beneficial to him. And I do believe that it was favorable because of his financial status and his status in general. It just kind of shows you how the legal system has its two two-tiered legal system, one for us poor folk, middle class working poor folk, and one for the rich. That's for me, that's just, it goes to show. Wondering who the lady with the black hair and yellow tablet is. Is she part of the defense? There is a woman on the defense team. You mean the woman that has I didn't see the yellow tablet, but she's got like what looks like curls sort of in the back of her hair. Is that the lady that you mean? Because she is one of the defense attorneys. Then they have, Miss Gilman, the lady that does like all the tech there, and the court reporter and the clerk. And then there's another woman on the prosecution team. Well, he not get caught because it wasn't a GPS monitor, and he knew that. What's his motive? Money. Money. His motive would be money. Money. He was going to go to jail for fraud, and he had next to nothing. His wife was the breadwinner. You got to think about it. She had life insurance policies, like I just said. She had an IRA that was worth over $93,000, and then she had, an individual investment account that was over $117,000. Like, she made good money and was smart with her money, That's the thing. I agree with you there. I feel like it didn't matter if they would have had it on video. They would have said the video was altered. They would have said the video was AI. They would have said the video was fake. They would have, you know what I mean? They would have made every excuse. This judge is running the trial exactly the way a judge should, Joy. And I 100% agree with you. This is exactly how a judge should run a trial. Not allow shenanigans, Well, I think at one point they did try to blame law enforcement, but they're not, that evidence, like them saying that, is not allowed in on this trial. But I've seen stupider Google searches than what he searched. I have seen this judge before in person, not on TV. And as far as I know, she's fair, but she also has no nonsense. I remember one time I was sitting in on watching a case, and people clapped. I forget what for. But it was something like the defense attorney said, and like people on like the side of the defendant started clapping. And the judge was like, the next time anyone thinks that it is appropriate to do that in my courtroom, you will leave. Like, you will not stay in my courtroom because that can bias a jury, cause mistrial. So she was very clear, like, none of those shenanigans in my courtroom. But we didn't see that with Bev. I mean, people were like, yelling stuff, screaming outside, using their laptop in front of the cameras to sort of harass and intimidate other people. I mean, it was a fucking shit show, It was definitely money. And also he was mad that he found out about her possibly leaving him and seeing someone else, and I would have if I were her, Yeah, I know. Insane to me that they didn't give him GPS monitoring, but I do feel like the reason behind that is the financial status, the power, the wealth. Because if it was me, I would have got the GPS. I don't believe he worked in cybersecurity. There's no fucking way you're that stupid if you worked in cybersecurity. You know what I mean? His wife at the time, his wife. Yeah. It is, kind of, Yeah, he had it on. Yeah, he had the ankle monitor on, but again, it wasn't a GPS monitor, so it wasn't telling them his location or anything. So yeah, he had an ankle monitor on at the time. Again, he knew it wasn't GPS, so. I mean, nobody could convince me that he was fucking set up. I mean, this is a very dead to. I mean, they have him inside the Lowe's buying the Tyvek suit and come on, all that nonsense. Let's hear what this guy's.
My opinion, they may create some reasonable doubt here. There's no body, there's no cause of death.
They got blood DNA though.
The defense does have an uphill climb trying to get into
interesting.
Disputing the facts of the searches on his phone.
No chance they could.
I believe that the Commonwealth is laying that motive, the affair that she's had.
Well, I think she had over $1 million life insurance policy too, so that was outside of what she had in her accounts. It was over $1 million on her life insurance.
He's looking for best states to get a divorce in, so that is going to
probably missed who it was at the time.
issues for the
Me too.
defense, but the biggest factor
Do you think the
is
judge is
the
very
cause of
pretty?
death.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, that is an excellent point. And we haven't talked about it that much on Court TV, just because when we heard the openings of defense counsel, sometimes it's like, ugh, I don't know about this theory and this strategy. But you
I agree,
are right.
Brian.
He has not told them.
She was
heard
Serbian.
where the body
Definitely,
parts are. Have
she
we
was
heard
probably
that?
too
Well,
good
they
for
know
him.
where he deposited, like at his mother's apartment.
Where he put them,
or
but
condo.
no, they were probably
They have
incinerated
video
by trash.
I know they have video, and
He's
that's why he pled
admitted that
guilty
he
to
dumped
that.
her body.
He's
in
admitting he
spot.
dumped the body.
Problem is, those body parts are now long gone.
Long gone.
The
So
cause of death. How did she die? Well,
Trooper
he has a
Garrido
story. She just died.
is the guy on the
Joe, what else
stand.
would you do here as a defense attorney? And I mean, your background is so interesting because you're also, you have that law enforcement
Yeah, that is
background. So
awkward. You
you're
don't clap.
looking at this from a really
No
interesting
matter what.
perspective that I wouldn't necessarily look at it from.
So looking at the
I don't
cause
know.
of death
I don't know.
here,
Weird. Welcome.
there should be evidence that comes out, and I believe it
No.
did come out already, where she
but
was
DNA
complaining of not feeling ill. I mean, she was
on a
feeling ill
hacksaw.
before flying back
Of
from
hers
Washington, D.C. back to
was found.
Massachusetts. So that is a factor to take into consideration. And the sudden death, so that raises the doubt. But what hurts Brian Walshe in this situation are those searches on his phone and his computer, the searches of disposing the body. That's going to get the jury thinking.
Yeah. And before we hit a break quickly, what if you put your police officer hat on, your investigator hat on, isn't your BS meter through the roof when you're dealing with a guy like this?
I'm putting my defense hat on and my former police officer hat on. I don't know where to flip right now. I believe that the defense in his opening statement was excellent. He raised that.
You liked that. Interesting. Wow.
I liked his opening statement. I loved how he got me thinking.
Get you thinking.
All right.
And
Didn't get me
all he needs is one juror.
That's all he needs is one juror.
So you get thinking. All right, let's get a break. We'll get back in the courtroom. We'll pick it up right after the sidebar breaks up. Stay with us.
Okay, then. That's what he had to say about that. Oh, that's Julie Grant, friend of the show, Julie Grant. We just saw her.
All eyes on this accused
You shut her for like 10
The
seconds, though.
disappearance of Anna Walsh murder trial. Live coverage today on Court.
Yeah, it was well over $1 million. So she had $1 million just in her life insurance policy. And then there was the $117,000 in the investment account and the $98,000 in the IRA. Plus they had rental properties. The assets themselves are a couple $1 million. He had restitution he had to pay for the federal case. And she was planning on, like, hopefully he was going to go to jail for the federal stuff and she was going to leave, So there are some shenanigans happening. Always shenanigans. She wasn't recovered. No. Well, that's the thing. I always say, like, if you ever went through my Google search history, it would probably look like I was a serial killer because I do true crime, right? So I'm looking up cases, I'm looking up different things like that go with those cases. So I think anybody who follows true crime, our Google searches would probably look like a serial killer. But I'm almost positive we could correlate them to a show we were watching or a documentary we were watching on our TV. Again, that leaves a digital footprint, or something we were talking about here, or a case that was ongoing. So it's not like, you know what I mean? But at the same time, We don't have any missing people around us that we have murdered. Murdered you. I've known him for 2 fucking weeks. He wouldn't do that. It's the Cat Williams skit. Shit's hilarious. But no, she wasn't recovered. They know where he dumped her body because he dumped it in trash bags, heavy trash bags. But the problem is that the trash where he dropped it had already been taken by the time they figured out where he had dropped them. And so a lot of the time in some towns, the trash is incinerated. In other places, it's literally put into like these giant piles. It's like thousands and thousands of pounds of trash. And so that you'd never find it, right? You'd never find it. And so, I mean, they found DNA. They found her DNA on like parts of the hacksaw that they found, and some of the other things that they did find. At least they found her COVID card and her, I think it was a necklace, I believe. So they found out some of her things. Of course, he admits at this point to dumping her body. So that's not even something that he's not admitting to, that he pled guilty to. He pled guilty to lying to the police and dumping her body. So that's not even within question, right? So if you're the jury and you know that he lied to the police and he dumped a body, then what? I mean, doesn't really sound like he's innocent at that point. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of these lawyers are willing to sort of do shady shit. Yeah, she was originally Serbian. She had they talked about in the interview her passport for Serbia, that she had a passport for Serbia. That's where her family is originally from. I would be upset if I was them too. I mean, you know, different cultures, they like to keep things private, you know. After crime scene closed, the defendant refers to what happened here as a crime scene in his Google searches. That search alone blows this defense. I agree. Why is it a crime scene if you didn't commit said crime, sir? You know? The music, it is, I hate when they play that sad music when they're playing something. It's like, you want to make me cry? Search history. Can I get away with murder if I run a true crime YouTube channel and blame my search history on that? I know, right? Imagine that's my search history. That'd be so crazy. That would be so crazy. I will not come to your 22 acres and dump any bodies. I promise. You know, musical chairs, yeah. He's a sick fuck. Dude's a sick, sick dude, you know? And I think they had 3 children, 3 sons, I believe. It's really sad, you know? I don't know who Adam is. My texts are worse than my searches. Oh, mine are wild. But again, I run a true crime channel, so it's like, yeah, no, and nobody around me has gone missing. I don't have the heart to like squish a spider. Never mind, you know. See, that's the difference, right? Like, I don't have the heart to squish a spider, but if you run your frigging mouth in front of me, don't expect that I'm not going to know. I don't have patience for people like that anymore, right? The poor spider eats all the other bad bugs, right? Leave the daddy long legs in your house alone, folks. They, you know, the spiders take care of all the other bad bugs. It's like a cat taking care of mice, right? But I have zero tolerance for people that sit there and they want to like bark at you. I don't have any tolerance for that. I have no tolerance for that. If you're going to bark at me, you better make sure there's some bite behind it, because I actually do have bite behind it. I'm not going to sit there and bark with you for 20 minutes. I'm not going to do it. I have no patience for that. So it's like, I don't have the heart to squish a spider, but at the same time, I will punch a human in the face for running their mouth. You know what I mean? But at the same, I will replace your teeth with chiclets if you run your goddamn mouth. But at the same time, I could never imagine, and I've always thought it was fascinating to see the psychology of some of the most depraved serial killers in the world, like Ted Bundy and the clown killer, right? That guy had, what was it, 33 bodies on his property, and then he dumped another like 3 in the river or whatever it was, or 29 on his property, and the other 3 or 4 were dumped in the river. I mean, talking about people like Ted Bundy or, you know, Richard Ramirez, like, you know, the Golden State Killer. We're talking about some of the most depraved up people imaginable, right? But it's fascinating to think about what makes them so fucked up. Like what in their brain went wrong somewhere that wired them to the point that they thought taking human lives was like fun, or dehumanizing someone so much that taking a life didn't matter, right? That's the fascinating part, is I want to learn why. I've always just wanted to know why. And I mean, you can take as many psychology classes as you want. I'm taking psychology classes. That ain't going to do it, right? I mean, they do have profilers for a reason, but even profilers don't have all the answers. And it's like, where did it go wrong? Was it birth? They have correlated to people hitting their heads as a change in brain chemistry. I think it was Ted Bundy hit his head as a kid, and so did, yes, he was in federal legal trouble for selling fake Picassos and trying to pass them off as real. So, and something about his dad's will that he like fraudulently like changed it or destroyed it or whatever, took things that didn't belong to him, whatever. So he had other cases going before all of this. That's why he had the bracelet on. But if you think about people like, you know, John Wayne Gacy, he hit his head as well. They have correlated, you know, this sort of hitting your head at a young age or having some sort of traumatic thing and changing the brain chemistry, which is interesting to think about because, I mean, you ever hit your head in a car accident, right? Does that change your brain chemistry to the point where you could be a serial killer too? Like, that's just crazy to think about, right? Richard Ramirez just was wired different, I think, from birth. That dude just did not give an actual F ever. And I think in one of his last interviews, he pretty much sums it up like, I would have killed you. He talks to the interviewer like, I would have killed you. You know, like, I don't care about people and it doesn't really matter to me. It's like a life doesn't matter, essentially. How much jail time was he facing before murdering his wife? I forget how much exact jail time. Was a federal case. But I know that he didn't have like a long criminal history before that. So he could have gotten, you know, like a couple years or, and then all of this happened. So he's being held without bond currently. But the federal case, let me see if I can see it. Let me see. I forget. It's been so long since I looked at that. So in February of 2024, it was Andy Warhol, not Picasso, sorry. He offered authentic Andy Warhol paintings for sale on eBay and instead delivered fake paintings to the buyers. But he was sentenced February 20th, 2024 with a years-long multifaceted art fraud scheme involving 2 purported Andy Warhol paintings. Brian R. Walshe, 49, was sentenced by U.S. Senior District Court Judge William G. Young to 37 months in prison and 3 years of supervised release. He was also ordered to pay a restitution of $475,000. In April 2021, he pleaded guilty to 1 count each of wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud an unlawful monetary transaction. All that happened in early November 2016. A buyer found 2 Andy Warhol paintings on sale for eBay. The paintings were 2 of Warhol's Shadow, a series of untitled abstract canvas paintings from 1978. The original listing price for the paintings was $100,000. In the advertisement, Walshe, the eBay seller, included a picture of an invoice for the 2 Warhol Shadow paintings with Warhol Foundation numbers and a purchase of $240,000. The buyer thought they were authentic. They purchased it outside of eBay for $80,000 with Walshe. They signed a contract, which specified the buyer had 3 days to terminate the contract and get a full refund. The buyer's assistant flew to Boston to retrieve the paintings, gave him a cashier's check for $80,000, and it was deposited that day into Walsh's account, and $33,400 was subsequently withdrawn in the following 14 days. On November 8th, the buyer removed the paintings' frames and found no Warhol Foundation authentication stamps and noticed that the canvases and staples looked new. When he compared the paintings to the photographs from the eBay listing, they did not look identical. The buyer concluded the paintings he purchased from Walshe were not authentic. The buyer then repeatedly attempted to contact Walshe, who initially did not respond, and then made excuses for the delay in refunding the buyer's money. He initially gained access to the paintings through a victim who was his friend. While visiting the victim in South Korea, Walshe told the victim he could sell some of the art for a good price. The victim agreed and let Walshe take the 2 shadow paintings and other fine art pieces. A subsequent investigation revealed that Walshe sold the original shadow paintings to a gallery in 2011. Those paintings passed through multiple hands until they were sold to buyers outside the country. To date, the government has not regained possession of the original shadow paintings. Additionally, the investigation also revealed that sometime in 2011, Walshe obtained a different set of replica shadow paintings from an artist who did not know Walsh's purpose. In 2015, Walshe sold that set to another victim who resided in France. Acting United States Attorney Josh Levy and Jody Cohen, special agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation Boston Division, made the announcement today. The Lynn Police Department provided assistance to the investigation. Assistant U.S. Attorneys Timothy E. Morin, Kanal Parishka, and Philip Mallard of the Criminal Division, and Carol E. Head, Chief of the Asset Recovery Unit, prosecuted the case. So that's the art stuff. You know, I believe he killed her for the money, but he got 37 months and 3 years of supervised release for that case. And he wasn't sentenced until after he murdered his wife. But he was supposed to be sentenced, you know, around like just, I think it was like a month after she died. He would have been sentenced, I believe. It was shortly, whether a month or a couple months. He could have went to jail, and he probably would have. And then I think her plan at that point was to take the kids and move them to DC with her. And that didn't happen. So, you know, he killed her before that happened. And, you know, I think it's just sad. The whole case is freaking sad. Now, it is brought to my attention a little while ago here. Hold on, let me get this off the screen and pull something else up here. Let's see if I can find it. Actually, this is interesting. Hold on. Get this on the screen. So, this is quite interesting here. So apparently the sewer turtle is having. Oh God, why am I getting all of my messages now that are just like pouring in all at once? All of my messages probably were not working correctly, and I'm guessing because, oh, then here we go. Here we get a message from Xfinity that says, we've now completed work in your area. I can't. To fix an urgent network performance issue to ensure we deliver the fast, reliable experience you expect. If your service was affected, it should be up and running now. Thanks for your patience and for being a customer. F off. You guys effed up my crap, and my phone was on like Wi-Fi, so maybe that's why my messages weren't coming through, although it should have just used a regular thing. But now I get a bunch of messages I did not know were here, and just all are coming through now. So here's a message from Boston Brandy, right? So there's the sewer turtle's been busy, you know? Yeah, it's freaking goddamn Xfinity. You know, here's the thing. If my shit doesn't stop buffering now, because I've been complaining to them forever, like the internet has to be having an issue for my shit to be buffering all the time the way it does. If it starts buffering, I mean, I haven't got any buffering since they've been working on it, besides the times that it conked out on me when they were working on it. But now they're not working on it anymore. It's done. I haven't got any buffering since, so let's just hope there's no more buffering. You know what I mean? Okay, so the sewer turtle apparently has been very busy fighting with people back and forth, like for no reason, really, just because he's like, you know, having like a spiral. That's what he does. You know what I mean? Lots of spirals. That's like his thing. Is spiraling and then taking it out on everyone else on under the sun. Now, again, these are not people that I'm actually like familiar with. or fond of some of these people that he attacks, but I don't believe anybody deserves to fucking be attacked the way he does for no reason. And reality is there isn't ever a good reason. He tells people it's because they're scammers or they're bad or they're, they used to be addicts or, 3 years ago they were arrested for whatever. Like, he makes a mountain out of a molehill so that people will think they're, quote, bad. But in reality, his actual problem is either they said something that was true about him to someone or to the public, or they know something that's true about him that he knows could be extremely damaging if they choose to put it out there. And so he's so fucking paranoid that he has to actually, lash out at these people before they can possibly say anything about him so that he can, quote, and this comes from his personal messages, discredit them before anybody actually believes what they're saying. That has been his MO for a long time. And this is why I know he will take a deal and he will not go to trial. He will not go to trial on his cases because all the shit that's going to come out is not going to be good for him. In his private messages, he literally lays out how he attacks people and why. And that he does it so that nobody will believe what this person has to say, even though they might be telling the truth about him. If he, quote, attacks them first, he'll, quote, discredit them to the point where nobody will listen to anything they have to say. And that's worked for him over many, many years. And so it's something he continues to do. But the fact remains, those are in his personal messages. He has literally written it out to people, okay? So it's like, I know he's not going to go to trial because he's got too much in there that he knows that if the public sees, he is fucking done, right? So apparently she could just, apparently she's like a super hacker at this point, super hacker. All these people being like, I'm afraid of my passwords. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm very tech savvy, and even I'm not can't hack into people's shit. Knock it off. Hacking into shit. Like, yeah, we're all just hackers, Oh, so they're attacking Trooper Garino for no real reason. I mean, Trooper Garino has nothing to do with anything other than being a Mass State police officer and doing many cases, including the Karen Reed one where he did the digital forensics. So why are we attacking Trooper Garino, who, by the way, is out on a medical leave because he was hit by a fucking drunk driver, okay? For no reason. It makes no sense, It is cult behavior. It's sick behavior. And anybody backing up the defense on this case shows you how fucking brain dead they are. The guy is guilty as sin, all right? He admitted to hiding the fucking body. He admitted to lying to the police. Like, he's clearly guilty in my opinion, and in most people with a brain cells opinion. I mean, come on. Listen, I understand being like a defense attorney, like some of these channels, defense diaries, they're always going to be defense leaning. They're defense attorneys. But can you not, as even a defense attorney, look at a case with fresh eyes and say, okay, this guy's very clearly guilty. Look at all of the evidence against him. I get it. You're a defense attorney. You want to tear apart every little piece of evidence that exists and, so down. That's your job. But right now, being a YouTuber, like, you should be giving an actual opinion on it and not a biased opinion, right? Yeah, he was like so done. I think he said, kill me now or something. And he rolled his eyes. He's in like an extreme amount of pain sitting there, He's the monster that's under my bed. Get along with the voices inside of my head. I mean, it's a good song. Well, that's sad though, right? Like, I mean, look at all the pro-burger people that there were. I mean, come on. I know you were, but I had to sing it because you put it there, Okay, so let me read what Boston Brandy wrote in response to Aiden and his unprovoked random attack on her for no real reason, because that's what he does, right? That's a good question, Brittany. Probably not. Probably not. I mean, here's the thing. Anybody who releases the entirety of that has to know what they're unleashing at that point, right? And that's the best way I can put it. If you release that entire phone call, I'm like itchy. Did I get bit itchy for no reason? Like I have a bug bite or something. But also I have psoriasis, so my skin is just itchy in general. So here's the thing, right? You have to remember, right, that this phone call between Aiden and Karen, the one he wiretapped, makes them both look really bad. It raises a lot of questions from the people who supported Karen Reed to why she would be saying X, Y, and Z if she was innocent, and why Aiden would be saying X, Y, and Z. Okay? And so anyone who puts out the full entirety of that wiretap phone call has to know that at that point, they are going to cause an absolute fucking shitstorm, right? And you have to be ready to deal with the consequences of that shitstorm. Because you have to remember that there's going to be people that believe it's all fake and AI, because that's what Aiden claims all the time, no matter what. So you're going to have those people attacking you. Then you're going to have the other people attacking you who believed that, you know, this person was telling the truth the entire time and are finding out that that wasn't the case. And so then they'll be attacking you because they just don't want to believe what's in front of them. And then you'll have the people that are figuring out what the fuck happened, and they're like, wait a second, hold on, this is too much for me, I can't deal with this. So you're gonna unleash an absolute Hiroshima bomb on the fucking internet if you put that entirety of that wiretap phone call out there. Now, I don't want responsibility for that, and I know multiple other people do not want fucking responsibility for that, because there's no real reason. That case is over. I'll never change my mind about it, and that phone call actually just proves my point on my points of the case. But you also have to remember that the phone call itself is wiretapped. So if I chose to put that on the internet, that is dissemination of wiretapping, and I could be charged. That is a crime. So that's another reason why you probably will not hear the entirety of that phone call be released, unless it's released in a court, because it's dissemination of wiretapping. You can be charged because you knew it was an illegally wiretapped phone call, and then you released it. So you disseminated a illegally wiretapped phone call. It's one of the charges Aiden had, which is dissemination of wiretapping. He wiretapped Lindsay, and then he disseminated it. It was one of the charges that he had. No one wants to be charged with dissemination of wiretapping either, you know? So there are hurdles to having that, anybody releasing that, you know what I mean? That most people don't want to be charged with a crime. I certainly fucking don't. So I would say probably not, you know, you're probably not going to hear it unless it comes from Karen herself. That might be the only person that could legally do it, that wouldn't be charged, because it's her phone call. And I don't think that she will ever release the entirety of that phone call because of the contents of it. So, just saying. That, I mean, I hope that answers your question, Brittany. It's the best answer that I can give you to that. There's a multitude of reasons why it has not been fully released in its entirety at that point. Well, I mean, it could be, but I don't think, as far as I understand, Karen wasn't always friends with Meredith. Actually knew Aiden first and did not take to Meredith until, I think, the second trial, really. The first trial, like, they were acquaintances, really, but not much more. And it was only, like, the second trial that they got closer. I don't know if they're on Walsh's side, but it's being reported to me that people are, like, you know, making excuses for the defense and, you know, of sorts disparaging Trooper Garino. What are they going to do when Yuri gets on the stand? Because yes, Yuri Buchanan is part of this case as well, because, well, he is a fucking investigator in this state police. It's common sense. They take all unattended deaths. He's going to be in many cases. Like, fuck, man. You know? Yeah, everyone is innocent that gets arrested by the Massachusetts State Police, apparently, or who they investigate now. It's just ridiculous. Of course not, you know? Like, common sense, people. Common sense. Turn TV inside out and you get Karen Reed. Hey, I don't disagree, you know? Sit by drunk Trevor, a cop on the stand in a murder trial saying, kill me now, under his breath is wild, though. Yeah, but at the same time, like, that poor guy was being badgered into oblivion, and he's out on a medical leave for a reason. Like, he can barely move. He's in chronic pain, and they're just going in circles. Like, the questions they were asking him were just essentially going in circles, and it was more theatrical than it was to get any sort of anything out of him. Like, the evidence he has is not going to change. It's digital, right? That's it. The evidence speaks for itself. It's digital. So by trying to sort of underhand anything that he's telling you, it's a waste of time. And they essentially were just going in circles, wasting Trooper Garino's time while he's very uncomfortably sitting there on the stand in the case. So I can't, you know, I get it. It might have been, you know, not appropriate to say, kill me now. But to be fair, like, in the moment, I probably would have said something like, I would nosedive off of the porch right now if y'all just let me if I have to stay here for another 5 hours. Just let me fucking go. Enough with this bullshit. Like, and of course he didn't say it like he wasn't like, so kill me now, he kind of under the breathed it and the mic just picked it up, of course. But at the same time, I can't blame the guy. I'd be frustrated too. I think it was a bad choice of words, obviously, but I mean, these people had been hammered for years, including the cops. It's everybody gets a breaking point. No matter, you're a human. We're not meant to deal with that. Even me, you're not meant to deal with that kind of harassment or that kind of constant badgering. I need to hear it. Listen, I get it. Believe me, I get it. You have to remember, though, that even people who are going to hear it, and I've lived this, so I know, if you put out evidence of some lie that the sewer turtle tells, aka Turtle Boy, who is he called? He is a disgusting, narcissistic, void of any emotion to anybody else but himself, pick me type baby back bitch. I explain it. I think that explains it. But I get it. I get your need to hear it. Believe me, I'm one of those types of people too that I'm like, I need to see it. I need to hear it. I need to research it. I need to, right? That's how my brain works. I'm the same way as you, girl. Listen, I get it. But remember that it didn't matter how many pieces of, and I learned this early on, that it didn't matter how many pieces of evidence I put out there to sort of debunk his lies. They would just say it was fake. It was fake. It was AI. It wasn't, it was a made up receipt, and I must have just made it up, and I must have, made it in a document. It's not real. And they will say and do anything to still be right. No matter what kind of Olympic level, actual mental gymnastics that they have to do to get there. There are still people denying that he wiretapped her. I mean, are we really at that point? He did, bottom line. All right. The fact that anybody is still making excuses for that just goes to show you it doesn't matter if the entirety of that recording was put out. There are still people that will make those Olympic level stretches no matter what. It's AI. It's not real. They well, we've heard clips, but they must have, doctored the rest. That's where they will go with it. I've watched them do it 1 billion times over. So in hindsight, it doesn't really matter, Bingo, Barb. The aim is to disparage any Karen Read related trooper. The problem with that, though, is that most of the Karen Read related troopers are going to be the same troopers doing any other cases. There's, the investigators, the Mass State Police use detectives, right? There's only so many of them, right? So they're going to be in a multitude of cases. You're going to see the same cops over and over and over. It's when does it end for them? The case is over. Leave them the fuck alone, dude. Enough is enough with the nonsense at that point, I'm not saying it's professional, Sam, but I understand it, I'm not saying that, Proctor's sex were professional, but I understand the frustration. You know what I mean? She was certain all of BW searches would be excluded because of something. Proctor, she's not pro BW, by the way. I've heard this friend. She was certain the searches would be excluded because of something. Proctor. Well, that's the thing, right? You can proctor until the cows come home. It doesn't change any of the digital forensics. It changes none of the actual evidence. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. I get it. I'm not saying it's professional. Definitely not professional. But fuck, I mean, you can only disparage these guys for so long, So that's another misconception. He didn't miss the messages from Sandra's case. He didn't miss them. So that was the shit that Aiden put out there, right? And then come to find out later on, that's not what happened at all. At all. They were on one device and they weren't on the other device. So once they got the other device, they got them all. Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. Maybe they have. I would say they have because as far as I understand, there's already been a grand jury convened for quite a bit on that. So I would assume that she already, they did order her, I believe, to give the passwords up. So, it is. Harassment's terrible. It shouldn't happen to anyone. It shouldn't. It just shouldn't, I know, I answered that one quickly, right? I've been over those talking points for a while because it's just crazy to me. Oh my God, no, they're not, Barb. Still talking about shoe. The missing shoe and the missing belt that Melanie Little said was missing, but it was never missing. Why did she say that? You guys remember? Oh, that's right, because Turtle Boy told her it was missing. So she ran with it. Except the problem is it was never missing and it was always in evidence. You know? Yeah, I agree. Being, perpetually harassed for life from one case is fucking insane to me, you know? Too many cases, Stamp Birchmore, Clancy, Windows, and well, that's the thing, right? They're going to be in a bunch of different cases because, again, there's only so many investigators, you know what I mean? Yeah, harassment's never okay. Never, ever, ever. Yeah, so I was going to get to that. That was the next thing I was going to go over after I read this thing from Boston Brandy, which is Jess Machado, I was just informed, has riled up her followers to call Meredith's work like she did apparently and try to get her fired. I mean, that's just shitty because wasn't it just a couple days ago that Jess Machado said that she would never call someone's work? Because, I mean, that's called going real life on someone. And it's not only extremely shitty, but we're full grown adults. You don't have to like someone, but calling their fucking job, like, come on, man, come on. It's the same as emailing their job or doing some ridiculous shit like that. Like that's way over the line, way over the fucking line. But let's be real. The turtle was throwing out his little dog whistles to his followers to do it the other day when he fully said where she worked. You know, I knew that that's what he was doing. Everyone on planet Earth knew, you know, that's what he was doing. It's unfortunate. Brittany saying she doesn't have an opinion on Meredith, but she does have a kid and Christmas is coming and just she's a hypocrite. I agree. She's a hypocrite. And I'm not a fan of hers at all. Not even a little bit. Because of the mean girl shit she does. And then she acts like she's, better than, and it's fucking insane that she thinks she's Oprah Winfrey or fucking Paris Hilton walking down a runway. I don't get it. But, going after people's jobs, people's kids, trying to get someone fired. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people? Like, listen, this is my job, right? This is my job, and they try to essentially fire me from this job by sort of pushing away any support that I could get from newer people or people making donations to the channel or super chats or super stickers by just disparaging me. That's what they do. And so you got to think about it. The amount of people that have done that to sort of push people away from ever finding my channel or actually enjoying it by just saying I'm bad and saying all these things. Make no mistake either. It's not just the sewer turtle and his his fucking band of merry idiots that do it. There are people on the anti side that do it too, because I don't fall into this category of being an anti or not anti, because I refuse to sit here and act like it's okay for someone on the Free Karen Read side to be fucking harassed, but it's not okay for someone on the anti-Free Karen Read side to be harassed. It's not okay for anyone to be harassed, period, right? And because I am bold enough to say what's really the truth and not be a fucking hypocrite, I get shit from both sides. And that's just the reality of it, right? And if I have to call it out, then I will. Do I like to do it? No, I fucking don't. It's drama, it's stupid, and it makes no sense. But it's like, for the love of God, dude, all right? If you're, again, and I said this the other day, if you're making your opinion about someone based on someone else who's always talking shit about other people, maybe you should reevaluate that, right? Anyone who knows me, actually knows me, not just like saw me online and listened to their, person say that I must be bad because I did this and I did that and I did this. Why don't you ask me yourself instead of acting like I don't exist or I wasn't doing the Karen Read case for 2 fucking years? I do exist. I did do that case for 2 years. There wasn't only 3 channels covering the Karen Read case from the sort of anti-side. Roberta covered it. I covered it. Karen for True Crime and Wine covered it. There were numerous other people that covered it besides Kevin, Boundless, and Kate. I mean, there were. So to just say that only 3 people covered it is just disingenuous, right? There was more than 3 people that covered it for an extensive period of time. We all fought tooth and nail to get the truth and the things that we knew to be true out there, right? Bottom line, a lot of us made sacrifices and took some serious fucking hits dealing with the cult, right? We shouldn't have to deal with it from both sides. It's just not realistic. Jen Coffindaffer covered it. Yep. It shouldn't have to be oh, well, if you don't do what I want you to do, or you don't like who I like, then there's an implied consequence, right? Whether it's I won't talk to you anymore, or I won't be friends with you anymore if you support this person or this channel. I mean, that's fucking insane. That's weird, controlling, weirdo behavior. Okay, and I'll tell my followers who they can watch. They can watch whoever the hell they want. I'm not going to be like, oh my god, I saw you in this chat. You're a piece of shit. Like, no. They have the freedom to choose what they would like to do. We have some great civil discussions here between both sides. And I love that because it's like the only place we can do it. There's no other place at this point that we can do that, right? But for me, it's like I can't call it out on the Turtle Boy side and not call it out on the other side too. There's mean girl behavior that happens on both sides, and it's just not okay. It's not. I would never treat someone that way. I'm not that kind of person. And so if people have been fed that I'm that kind of person, well, that's their problem, right? Not mine. If they're making their opinions based on what someone else says, maybe they need to take a damn good look at what they're doing. Because if you're going to sit here and say that it's not okay that, the witnesses, and it's not, were harassed into oblivion, or that their livelihoods or their lives have been harassed, then it's not okay for it to happen to anyone else, right? Or that the smears about them were not okay. Of course they weren't okay. Of course they weren't fucking okay. They'll never be okay. It was wrong. It's still wrong. But recognize that there are other people that you're actively doing that to. So you can't, out of one side of your mouth, say it's, bad what's happening to them, but be okay with it happening to other people. I mean, that's hypocritical, right? Like, it shouldn't happen to fucking anyone. No one. I don't care who it is, okay? We can't just call it out on one side and not the other. This sort of like mean girl, I'm in middle school behavior, it's fucking weird. It's weird. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And it's like, maybe get to know people yourself instead of taking someone else's word for it, because you might be in for a pleasant surprise. But it also might unlock the fact that either you're being lied to or being fed a narrative for whatever reason that may be. I don't know. I can't tell why. I have no idea why. But it's just weird to me. It's fucking strange to me, right? I would never treat someone that way. I'm not that kind of person. And it's just really sad to see people doing it and then sort of ignoring that they're doing it and acting like you're not doing it. Like you're not seeing how you're hurting someone else, and you're okay with that. Whether it's inaction or your own actions that you're tiptoeing around to not piss someone off is fucking crazy. You shouldn't be worried about whether you're going to piss someone off because you like so-and-so, or you follow so-and-so, or you're talking to so-and-so, or you got to know so-and-so. That it shouldn't matter. Like, if someone else is going to get pissed off about that, that's not someone else you should have in your life. Bottom line. And if you can't see how that's hurting other people, then I don't know what to tell you, because I would never take someone else's word for who any of you are, right? It is disgusting. It's disgusting. The fact that Jess Machado is like rallying people to do this is even grosser. But I mean, I guess if you follow Turtle Boy, what do I expect at that point? I agree. It's evil. By the way, congratulations, LTG, for getting your membership gifted yesterday. Oh God, that they probably would, especially on Signal. We get those Signal messages. Oh God, Roberta Live got trolled hard because you popped in yesterday. I didn't pop in yesterday. I wasn't. Oh, I did pop in yesterday. I did, right? During our live stream, I popped in just to see if Karen Reed was over there. Someone said they were. See, that's not okay, right? That's not okay. It's just not fucking okay. I like Roberta. She does great coverage. Also, she has a very soothing voice. I love Roberta's voice. It's so soothing. I love it. It's so soothing. But Roberta did a lot of work on that case too. So just act like she doesn't exist and she didn't do work on the case. Well, yeah, she did. I mean, he's a douche nozzle. That's the bottom line, Oh, signal messages with ARCA. So shady. No attorney does that shit, dude. That is so shady. Just in and itself, It's crazy to me. Absolutely fucking crazy. Yes, Jen Coffin-Daffer did too. Yep. Yeah, that was that's a huge problem. You don't make up your mind up to the first witness. That's not how a jury works, I know they are definitely outraising 10 to 1 at this point. For sure they have. I think they just put a billboard up. I got a text message earlier. It was a billboard up in Foxborough, right in front of Gillette. I believe it was Gillette. Yeah, Thursday and Friday are court-related days for the Stewart Turtle. Yeah, she is. That's the sad part. Yes. Hey, Maestro. There you are. Said she looks in the mirror and sees a hot 110-pound woman. What? What kind of illness is that? Look in the mirror and see something exactly that. Well, listen, hard trolling because she was covering the innocent. Right? Yeah, I mean, she dealt with a lot of trolling just like I did, just for covering it in general. You know. She looks like Aiden shamed Meredith into defeat, and she removed her ex. Right? No, I see her ex. She just changed her name on X. Here's my beef. Just went apeshit about her studio drama and the owner saying beat it. Yeah. So that's right. That's the thing. That's the part that really fucking pisses me off. Is like she was going on and on and on about this other lady in her Republican Party that like she doesn't like. And she's complaining about all the things that this lady is doing, right? Or at least like the things that she's saying she's doing, right? Problem with that is they're all the same things that Aiden does every fucking day. So it's like, either you're hip with it or you're not, bro. You can't be hip with it when Aiden does it, but not hip with it when someone does it to you. It's either cool or it's not cool, bro. You're talking out both sides of your mouth at that point. Calling someone's job simply because you don't like them is fucking crazy. That is crazy. You know? But that's honest, Brian, right? That's honesty right there, right? I can respect the fuck out of that. You know? It's you're civil and honest. I can respect that. You know? Yeah, she changed her handle, I believe. She goes by like a different, it's like at something else now. I agree with this, LTG. It has brought out the worst in people on both sides. And it's like, but where did some of that come from, right? The sewer turtle definitely harbors this sort of making people angry and like bringing it out against each other. And it's like, I'm trying to undo all of that. Right? I'm trying to show people that you can have civil discussions and agree to disagree without trying to disparage or insult each other and have conversations. But there are just some of these people that just can't. They just can't do it, right? Do as I say, not as I do. And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that going around. And again, I got to call it like it is. It happens on both sides. You know, don't do this. This is bad. But then they're doing it privately and behind closed doors to someone else. And it's just not fucking okay, dude. I would never treat someone that way. It's bizarre to me. Right. Oh, I can't wait for that to happen. I cannot wait for that to happen. Like if she doesn't realize that he's talked shit about her a billion times already privately, then she lives in La La Land. But I mean, so does Will at this point. So, hey, what's her background? So, I mean, journalistic wise, I mean, that's been like her quote thing, but she's essentially been fired from every journalistic job she's ever held. So, I mean, seems like she kind of likes the drama at some point, you know? It would hurt your professional reputation, but it doesn't seem like she cares. It never seems like she ever did care. And that's part of it, you know? I get you, Sam. Me too. See, I mean, you guys remember, I started on the thinking Karen was innocent side. So I do, and I have understood both sides. What I don't understand is the blatant hypocrisy. The blatant hypocrisy of hurting other people, their livelihood, their support, simply because someone else said they're bad. It's the same shit Turtle does. So if you're doing it and you're on the other side, what excuse do you have? And I don't want to hear like, oh, well, he does it publicly and it's public and blah, blah, blah. Whether you're doing it privately or publicly, it still spreads to other people. And that's not okay. Did you go to the person who you've been told is bad and ask them any questions or clarify anything with them? I don't think you did. So it's like, at what point do you hold yourself accountable? Because I hold my fucking self accountable. Sure the fuck do. If I had said something I thought that I need to apologize about, I will apologize for it, right? Bottom line. I'm not always right. No one is. We're human. We're perfectly imperfect, right? It's the bottom line. But I mean, let's be fucking honest here, you know? I mean, I agree with you. I don't think it's hard case. It's like, hello, Data stops right when she backs up. Like, hello. I mean, integrity, I feel like, is something that people are lacking these days, and it's unfortunate, you know? Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of apologies that need to happen. And I've said before that I do think that even Meredith needs to take some accountability for the things that she did to other people. While I understand, because, you know, you got to, and again, I have many relationships with many people who have been victims of AIDS and also people who have come to me afterwards. And I have a great understanding of the fact that, like, his sort of brainwashing technique and the way that he does things, the manipulation, manipulates people into doing things they wouldn't normally say or they wouldn't normally do. And I fully understand that. But it's about taking accountability and not making excuses for it. Like, oh, well, I only did it to defend myself. When in reality, that's not really what happened. You did it to make him happy, right? You did it because he's that mean, and you thought being that mean, he'd give you a pat on the back and like he'd be like, oh, that's funny, because he will, right? And that's part of my problem, which is like, just take the accountability and be like, you know what? I said and I did some things that I'm not proud of, that I didn't like looking back at it, and I don't like the person that I was. And I need to make some apologies to some of these people. I think the way that Esty was treated was fucking gross. I'll never condone it. It's gross. I don't give a fuck. I'll say it over and over and over. There was no reason to attack her. And I saw immediately what was happening to her because it happened to me. Funny enough, same people. Lauren, fucking Deanna, you know, same gaggle of idiots, right? So it's like, at what point do we say, okay, even I, coming back from that side in the very beginning, only 3 months, made my apologies because it needed to be done, right? Needed to be done. But I think at some point, there needs to be accountability. Apologies have to be made. And a lot of people like to make those apologies privately. But at some point, if you are willing to use, 12, 15 fake accounts to disparage the same 5 for 10 people over and over publicly, then you should make that apology publicly. That's just my fucking opinion. If you were brave enough to do that publicly and disparage someone and repeat lies about them, then you should be, just brave to publicly apologize. You have to undo some of what you did. And I'm not saying that it's going to undo what you did, but at least we give people a heads up, right? Oh, listen. Oh, I didn't even know that Discord existed, but hey, good to know, as the gavel drops. Interesting. Must be about cases, right, in general? I mean, I think it would go a long way, right? So let's read this, all right? This is what Boston Brandy said. And she's responding to Aiden. I don't know exactly what he said, because this is what she said, though. She said, ha, 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 ha. Turtle Boy, Dr. Turtle Boy, you want to talk shit about me? And about how Karen Reed doesn't show appreciation to her supporters? How she is ungrateful? How ungrateful are you? I can answer that. Me, pick me, coach. Pick me. I can very ungrateful because all he cares about is himself. He doesn't think of anyone else ever in life. He doesn't know how to. He doesn't hold that chip. And he's an extremely ungrateful fuck. Why? Because he believes that it is owed to him. All the turtle chats he believes are owed to him. Right? He doesn't ever use his brain cells and go, wow, I should be appreciative of what I get from people, right? I'm appreciative of anything that comes in from my channel because I'm a very small channel, right? And if it wasn't for how small I was, then I could probably sustain the channel on like memberships if I had about 10,000 or more subscribers. I don't, right? I'm at almost 3. So, every donation counts for my channel. Some days I get none, literally. Some days I get 4, right? I don't get 30, I don't get 40, and every single one of them count. And especially during a trial, we're doing 7-8 hour days, right? So it makes a difference. He just doesn't appreciate any fucking thing, not a goddamn thing, and he never will. Let's just make that abundantly clear. So she says, how ungrateful are you, right? Okay. She said, how about the thousands I put in your pocket, ? Now that's just sad for me. I feel sad. I feel sad that I watch people throw thousands of dollars towards a man that just continuously lies to them and some of his minions. Because it's like, in the long run, a lot of those people come back to me later on and they're like, I flushed so much money down the drain thinking I was supporting someone who was decent and they're not. And it's like, tried to warn you. And mine is always, my opinion is always the same. Go support smaller creators that are not lying to your fucking faces, right? There are plenty of them out there, no matter what genre, arts and crafts, automotive, like there's plenty of smaller creators that you can support. The bigger creators sort of can sustain themselves on like views and memberships, it's the smaller ones that sort of end up even fizzling out because they can't keep it going, right? Go support those people who aren't willing to sit there and lie in your face, right? That because that's a definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, It should be, right? Maestro, I feel the same way. It should be an apology since they now know exactly what he does. They should be turning around and realizing, wait a second, now I owe some other people an apology because if this is what he did to me, it's easy for him to do it to other people. But I find that it takes a lot of time of actually deprogramming. I kid you not. Sometimes weeks, sometimes months, sometimes close to a year of actual deprogramming before they realize fully what happened, you know? But I agree with you. I definitely do. So what about the thousands I put in your pocket? How about the 8 to 10 VIP packages I gifted to people who didn't want to go to your show at the Wilbur? Shocker. But I kept telling them to focus on the bigger picture, yada, yada, all that bullshit, you know? Never mind the multiple tickets I personally myself bought for others up in the balcony. When will I get a refund? Laugh my ass off. And don't come to any more of your shit. Bro, I wasn't planning on it, and neither will a ton of other people. You hate us all now because I asked you that months ago, but you ignored my message instead of just answering me. All because I shared a message and told you all to grow up. I stated I didn't support Meredith's behavior multiple times, and I couldn't care less if Meredith liked me or not. I'm not out here trying to make friends, hun, but go off. Let's light this candle, except let's do it in real time, face to face, not through a one-person stream to your mob. You are dead to me. You are dead to so many who once supported you. And you did that. Congrats on losing so much support because of a mouth you can't stop running. And just to be clear, I have never once said anything to or about you on here that should have caused that random outburst. Are you a little butthurt or not? Take a chill pill, bro, not another Adderall. It makes you angry. Relaxy taxi. Life is wonderful. Do you ever get sick of fighting people, trashing people? No? That's not a problem, though. Not at all. You have done nothing wrong to anyone ever. Do I have that right? Just want to make sure. Well, that's the part that really gets me is it's like, are you doing any reflecting of your own? Because if you did, you would clearly understand where he's done this exact same scenario to a multitude of other people. It's really that simple. You know, it's unfortunate, but it's that simple. Well, I do find that eventually some people do admit they were wrong and they do apologize. It's fewer than it should be by far. A lot of people are actually just too afraid to say anything publicly or privately, funny enough. But I have gotten apologies from people. I have. Who have admitted, like, they now realize they were in a cult and it's fucking insane. But it's like, some of that publicly could do yourself some good. Listen, even I had to do that way, way back when, all right? It's liberating to realize that you were in something like that and then to get back on and try to undo what you didn't realize you were doing because you thought you were fighting for a good cause, right? That's what you thought. When you find out different, that is when you have the responsibility to go back and correct it. And I felt that responsibility, so I did that. I knew exactly what was going to fucking happen. I knew I would lose money, I would lose subscribers, I knew what I was giving up. But it's my integrity on the line, my credibility. I can't just keep saying something that I clearly now know isn't true, right? I believed it was true. Now I go back to the beginning and I'm like, wait a second. I'm getting other pieces of things privately and I'm like, okay, this doesn't match up. This doesn't make sense. So that can't be a thing, right? And so then I had to realize at that point that, holy shit.
You are unmuted.
Respect as someone who can go back.
I'm just going to stay here for now.
I think the lawyers have decided that.
No, I agree with you. There's still some going hard. I mean, look at fucking Erica. She just says whatever he wants her to say, essentially. Like, and then, I mean, worst mod ever, just saying. Like, you're stirring up the shit pot of drama in an actual chat to, like, get people going to harass other. It's fucking gross. All of it is gross. It's just disgusting. Why did they cut the feed? They just cut the they cut the sound. Had the sound and then they cut the sound. Oh, well, that was, I mean, Brandy at one point from, I forget the name of her channel. Was it like 13 Tour or something? She literally said that. We have the messages that she sent someone else where she said she knew it was bullshit, but she couldn't cut the cord because that's her livelihood and that's paying her bills. And it's like, okay, cool, it was paying my bills too, but when I realized it was bullshit, I have it. A responsibility to my viewers and to myself to say, whoa, pump the brakes, something ain't right here, right? So yes, was it paying my bills? Sure it was. It was paying my bills. It wasn't crazy money, but it was enough to keep me sustained to buy my groceries and toilet paper and have that, you know, and maybe bring my kid out for an ice cream. I knew I would be giving that up, and I'm not someone who can afford to give that up, right? But I gotta look myself in the fucking mirror, right? And I'm not about feeding my audience something that just isn't true. I can't do that. I cannot knowingly do that. It's just not okay, dude, right? There's far too many people that are willing to do that, and it's really sad. You know, we have the messages from some of these people admitting that, like, oh, well, it's paying my bills, and, you know, Turtle Boy's a piece of shit, but I need to keep going with this because, you know, the money, you know? Oh, this lady. You mean this lady behind Brian Walshe right here? This lady right here? With the black curly hair here? With the pad of paper? I don't know who that is. That's a good question. It looks like she might be someone on the defense team just taking notes, because if there's not room at the defense table, sometimes they'll just sit next to. It could be the defense's tech person. It could be their paralegal taking notes, which it looks like is more probable. But I'm not sure who it is exactly. That's the thing. Have a conscience. I think it's not that I feel like there's not that some people don't have a conscience. It's just that they ignore it. You know what I mean? They ignore their conscience. I thought that's what he meant. I thought he meant like yellow, like iPad, like a tablet. That's what I thought of. I didn't even think that like yellow pads of paper, they're legal paper. That's what legal pads look like. But I didn't even think, like, they are called tablets essentially. So, I mean, that's a name that they used to, way back in the olden days, and overseas they call those tablets, the things of paper. But I immediately thought, like, same thing as you, like an iPad, like a tablet, you know? I thought of the same thing. No conscience plus greed. I mean, yeah, I think she might be on the defense, definitely. I mean, she's on that, you know, side.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
Yeah, legal pad is a tablet.
On my hands.
But that's, I mean, my grandparents called it that too. That's why, like, when I looked at it, I immediately knew what you meant by tablet. But at first I thought, oh, iPad. No, yeah, it's my grandparents called it a tablet.
Thank you very much.
You're younger than me, my friend. Just hit the big 3-9 last week.
Reno, I just want to finish
Friday.
With that. Can you
Last
just
Friday.
Remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:30:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
But I am not, my friend.
Yes, I did.
1986.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you. Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to, I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Carino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the Gray Key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the Gray Key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Cellbrite or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Well, the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I use Cellbrite for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad Mini that Brian Walshe gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walshe on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walshe.
And was that same device in the Walshe residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, it creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
But the serial number is the same.
yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
BRW@10saleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, BRW at Tensile Consulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Nice try for whoever tried to reset my password for my Facebook. I have 2 authentication, but nice try. Same girl. They're doing a sidebar. Same girl. But somebody literally tried to reset the password to my Facebook. Good luck. It goes to my email, you dumb fuck. It's amazing to me how fucking stupid people are. That's why you should have 2-factor on always, so it goes through your phone number, your email, period. It's insane, dude. This is the shit that I deal with on like a daily. It's nutty. A lot of them, I'm guessing. A lot of these people are extremely broken. They're looking for a place to belong, something to feel like they're doing something. And it's like, I got a lot of things for you that you could do to make you feel like you belong, and that will actually help people, besides bullying and listening to a very unhinged individual scream and yell and bully people. Just saying. Yeah, 2-factor on everything, my friends. I did. Well, I mean, I reported it to Facebook that I did not do it. So nonetheless, I changed it. My regular password anyway, I changed it, and it's on 2-factor, so you can't get in unless you have my shit, which is like, why would anyone want to do that is the question. You know what I mean? Why? For what reason? It's weird. It's fucking weird. Yeah, it is part of the implosion, I guess. I guess. That's why you have 2-factor on, my friends. There just is, unfortunately. It is weirdo behavior. And it is. It's absolutely fucking weirdo behavior. Oh, the sidebars, they kill me, man. Come on, sidebar, come on. I swear to God, Massachusetts has more sidebars than anyone. I don't see this many sidebars in any other state that we do trials in. This one is crazy. It's constant. Sidebar for this, sidebar for that. Usually other states get this stuff like resolved ahead of time so they don't have to do this. It's like it wastes the jury's time. Like, this stuff you guys can do outside of the jury being there. You know? Oh, yeah, the Arias trial. May we approach? Yep. May we approach, Your Honor? The constant sidebars. They're cuckoo. Jesus, this is a long sidebar. Jesus Christ. What is happening right now? Oh God, I actually rewatched the OJ case recently. Crazy. Crazy. I did watch the Casey Anthony trial when it happened. I remember the crowd's reaction and everything. Crazy. Jeez, this is the longest sidebar ever. Like, what is happening? This is crazy. Jesus Christ, here. Looks like the judge's daughter. Right? Musica! I wish I could. You know, it drives me nuts that they don't, crap. Hold on. Damn it. My phone's going nuts right now. I hear beeping. We're getting beeping at least. Jesus. All right. Right? Jeopardy music. That would be awesome.
Trooper,
I can't stand the white noise. The white noise drives me nuts.
That you
A middle
saw.
finger on the wall.
You limited the
Oh.
dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
it's my background.
And
It's a tree.
so you followed those dates when you were doing your search.
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8. Previously as exhibit number 8.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay, so I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my,
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walshe gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
use your, if you could just use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
Oh, you like the tablet lady too?
the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into
Ooh,
a SQLite
tablet
browser, which is another
ladies
program to
looking
view the
hot.
databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same on both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365 on page 650. Thank you. It says,
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman.
6'7". I had to. She said 6'5".
Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad _ BM and source. What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad _ BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced. So the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE
I had
pursuant to a search
You have
warrant?
kids.
Yes.
You know what that is.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages. And if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Cellbrite to analyze it.
Same process.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one GrayKey machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Celebrate?
Yes, that's what I use, Celebrate Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 Mini previously?
iPhone, the same way. It's through Great Key, downloaded it, and Celebrate Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry, of
Okay.
2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone from Celebrate Physical Analyzer to PDF.
Marked as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No.
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping?
Oh my
track
God,
of
that's such a good idea, Christy.
This one is.
Right? Hey, Ski. 3D print. I wish I had a 3D printer. That would be so fun. I don't know. I know he is in a lot of pain though.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 Mini, is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Sorry, I'm trying to stuff my face and my food was too hot, so.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, how it was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger. Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you. What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see knowledge C and biome.
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone,
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
that's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57
Yes.
a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the 1st.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20 on the 1st.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20
And then what happens?
and locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the 1st at 1:42:02 p.m. and then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I love that,
There
Ski.
was 7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023,
And where did you take those?
to the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-exam?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22, correct?
Yes, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend because the courts have shown that we need to have a specific time frame. So I would need some information to show why I would need to go back to write for an earlier time.
Okay, well, but if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, now, one of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this juror about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry. Yeah.
The data that you're telling this jury about today, you've said it a couple of times now, it's limited to 12, 25, 22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire contents of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Because you limited your warrant to 12, 25, 22.
That's correct.
So if you thought as an officer involved in an investigation that there might be some important information that predates 12, 25, 22, you have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25 and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
Okay, and you never did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So when we heard about, for instance, this Pornhub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other Pornhub reviews, like Chatterbait, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing?
What the hell is defense talking about, dude?
Record 831. Do you have? I apologize.
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you remember seeing also a reference in the very same data that you've told this jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called, Slade Dominant Scarlet?
I would have to see it, but could I double check it?
Well, this pedestal doesn't work quite right.
I have my copy. If you want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
You know,
okay.
I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
Okay.
I don't know
What,
why.
8:32?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
What was it? I'm sorry.
8:32.
Oh, record 832. I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said
8:32.
page
No, no,
832.
it's on page 227.
Thank you. right, I'm there. And yep.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sure.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831
Yes.
on page 226. Do you have that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And it references something called Slade Dominant Scarlet Straps Cecilia. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury today on direct examination.
No, I wasn't asked.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches
I'm glad the judge is
involving
not in the case.
Pornhub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them as searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And am I right to say that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, Pornhub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is, do you know how it came about?
Wow, what a weird question. Why would he know?
The only thing I say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
So your answer is, I agree with you, or yes.
You don't tell him what his answer is.
Specific terms listed?
No.
That is correct. The video was there. Clicked on it.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user,
that's on Google.
It's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
That's for Google.
Only in the Google search engine.
You idiot.
And
what the f is this guy? He has no idea what he's talking about. None. Bad attorney.
cheating wife. There is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used.
Doesn't record that if you search it in a website.
As I said, I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And
what is this lawyer not understanding? This guy clearly does not understand digital forensics at all.
Did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you did.
Weird you would ask that.
But for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
He's trying to get
With regards
it.
to this movie, you
Trying
have
to
no
search
idea
cheating
what this
wife.
movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th.
Title's a good indication
2022.
of what it's about.
How many times, whoever was looking at the MacBook, how many times they frequented porn movies at Pornhub, do you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
Person?
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
Brian.
I have no idea.
So someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to that Slade Dominant Scarlet video.
Okay, and that Slay Scarlet, do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlet?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this porn hub video, if they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I don't know who this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
I mean, that's a weird question. Nobody cares if he's looking for his favorite actress. That's fucking like, wow. This isn't even, I think this lawyer thinks he's like doing something he's not
Quite
doing
frankly,
in his head. It's weird.
Trooper, isn't
What do
it
you-
fair to say that
What?
when you open up something, some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has
As what?
all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know. I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
So you have no idea what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
How is this relevant? Who gives a shit? It's a Pornhub search. Who cares what options he was given? I'm sure he wasn't given.
But yet it was important enough to
I can't.
include it.
This is so ridiculous.
Put into that binder.
With the information that we knew, yes.
And that information, let's just cut to the chase here, is because of the word cheating wife.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this.
Yeah, he just murdered his wife, so yeah.
So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about.
You can't look to see what
That's correct.
Who
You
does
didn't
that?
take the time to see.
Let me watch
if
this
the
porn. See what it's about.
Actor in the other movie, Slay Dominant, whatever, was the same actress in the other one, right?
Who gives a shit?
That's correct.
It's irrelevant.
You just said, oh, I see the phrase cheating wife, and so I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
I mean, this is such a reach. It's kind of ridiculous at this point. And also, why do you single out the porn search? Of all searches, because you can't really dispute any of the other ones, right? So you got to do the one that like really doesn't fucking matter. Why don't we go to the embalming search, or can you identify a body if you break its teeth search, or I mean, how to get blood out of the wood floor search? Why don't we do those ones, counsel? This is what's called bait and switch and look over here, right? This is where the attorney tries to make a mountain out of a very small molehill to try to make it look like the police didn't do or did do something that they should or shouldn't have, which is absurd because if you can see through the nonsense, which is this guy's not good at it, just saying this attorney's not good at what he's trying to do right now. You can see it's clearly just him making a big mountain over here out of molehill so you don't look over here at the rest of the Google searches that Brian Walshe made. Also, he keeps referring to the person that made this search. Are you suggesting, sir, that a 2, 4, or 6-year-old made said search to Pornhub? Because there's nobody else that could have used said device. So what do you mean? A 2, 4, or 6-year-old boy made said Google search? I mean, Pornhub search? No, your client did. Sir, considering his wife was already missing at that point, I'm going to go with Brian Walshe for 700, Alex. Like, come on, man. This is not, again, we don't need to revive Albert Einstein to figure out what the fuck's going on here. And it's like, when I'm watching some of these trials, right, I wonder to myself how many people are stupid enough to buy what that really bad attorney was just selling. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so. I think his mother paid for this attorney or attorneys because there's more than one attorney. But he's not very good at what he's doing. Not very good at all. Not very good indeed. Should have used a different tactic because that one's just falling flat, sir. I mean, even with some of you that don't really know like legalese or like tactics, you guys aren't buying it. So
Apologies, because I'm afraid that my question is misleading.
oh, please.
Go back over.
No comments, counselor. Just questions.
This binder that has been marked as an exhibit contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the title cheating wife, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Okay. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie, the Slay Dominant or whatever the title is.
That's correct.
And since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Because of the 12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me Pornhub was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't know.
That's correct. I didn't go back.
And can I just have a second, Judge?
Sure.
So I want to ask you now.
I agree, Joan.
Some
I agree.
questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yeah, so it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Hurts my brain too.
And-
Crazy.
Well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about
I don't know why everybody
how
hates
it
on
could be
Temu.
locked or
I love
unlocked using
Temu.
either a password or face recognition.
I'll show you.
Yes, that's
I'll
correct.
show you guys something I got at
And-
Temu. That's funny. Last year that I never got to hang out.
How
'cause I
long did
didn't
it
get
stay unlocked and then
after
locked
Christmas.
in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
But I got this from Temu.
Again, I'd have to look at the
And I love it.
Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see
Jolliest bunch of
what the phone was
assholes.
doing.
This
I didn't
side of
do
the
a full
house.
invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
I
Trooper
think
Connor
so.
Keefe.
All right.
Listen, I've got so many good things from Temu. It's not even funny. All right. I don't know why people hate on Temu if you never tried it. All right? It takes a while to get here, but it's not bad. Got plenty of these signs, wooden and metal. I love these. This one is hilarious. I didn't get it until after Christmas, so I didn't get to hang it up last year. That's why it's still in the packaging. But I've gotten paper towel holders, sturdy metal, right? Like
It's
just
fair to say
cheaper.
that
You
using
gotta wait longer. That's it.
Celebrite, the software you told us about.
By the way, you find the same things on Amazon.
It includes certain information and excludes.
I'll pause that for a second just to point out that you guys realize that the things that are sold on Amazon are actually things that came from the exact same place that stuff on Temu comes from. People don't even realize this, right? So they hate on Temu and they're like, Temu sucks, right? I'm smart. They're usually pretty good with refunding if something doesn't come or it's lost. At least I've never had an experience where they didn't. And it's only ever happened like one time, but usually that's like the post office fault, not them, but or their third party thing. But the things that you get on Temu are literally the exact same things you get on Amazon. They come from the exact same warehouses. They're made the exact same way. The difference is that when you order it from Temu, you're ordering it straight from overseas. And so it takes longer to get there, so it's a little bit cheaper. When you order it from Amazon, you get it faster and it's more expensive. That's literally the only difference. You can get the exact same thing. If I ordered this sign, I guarantee you they have it on Amazon for probably 3 times the amount I paid for this. And it's the exact same quality, made in the same warehouse, because people who sell it on Amazon, they get it from the warehouses from overseas and they up the price and they sell it on Amazon. It's the exact same product. This is why I laugh when people hate on Temu. You also have to read the reviews. There's going to be shitty shit no matter where you go. Even Walmart.com has crappy crap that ends up being like breaks or, you got to send it back, whatever. You got to read the reviews on it and make sure you look for pictures from people from the US. If you're from the US, if you're from the UK, look for pictures from people from the UK, of the item. But I've gotten pretty decent stuff on there. I don't think I've ever gotten anything that I said, oh, this sucks. I've gotten lots of leggings, socks, different things for the house, for like organizational stuff, playing little signs, Christmas gifts, like personalized made things, t-shirts, ton of t-shirts. A lot of my t-shirts you guys see, I've gotten those from Temu. So Shein is like the same thing as Temu. So all the shirts that I have, the one that says like only here to establish an alibi, Temu. And I could have bought it on Amazon for 3 times the amount. So let's just make something clear here. All right. To be fair, I know everybody hates on it, but it's like, if you never tried it, don't knock it until you do, my friends. Although if you're going to order anything for Christmas, you better get on it in the next couple of days because otherwise it's not going to be here in time.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Celebrite software
It ends up on Amazon
that
anyway.
are
Same warehouse.
restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages
There's
or
so many house
web
decor
history,
things from
because you
there.
can,
I
there's
love
different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Celebrite, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And
That's
if you
okay.
do a term
You can do
search
that too, my friend.
on the MacBook for instance, divorce.
FedEx is a shit show.
No.
They
For
get
the
paid per
MacBooks, I didn't do
package,
any term searches.
so they're not
I
careful.
just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all the things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2023. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27.
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about referencing divorce? What was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. I would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the when they all happened, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that refer to those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
I like Trooper Carino. He's very well spoken on the stand.
To be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets.
He's also sitting there in a very uncomfortable pain right now.
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walshe?
Again,
Section has to form.
Is that,
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
what are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walshe?
As I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So is that?
We have medical and recreational. We got both.
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
Sima, who got the keys to my Beamer? I'm sorry, you said Sima, so
I
that has
guess
to happen.
My next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Anna Walshe and Brian.
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically referenced what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
I couldn't smoke weed. I'd be like a paranoid mess. I haven't smoked weed since I was like 19. Just not my thing. Yeah, but there's also like CBD, which actually helps with pain that has no marijuana in it. I used to have CBD patches for my pain.
Searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase. You recall those questions?
The Chase Bank?
Which is why you just get CBD and not the one with marijuana in it, just CBD.
It's fair to say that by looking at the data that you based your direct testimony on, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard, it could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're describing.
Cooper, I guess the reason I'm
Yeah,
asking.
that's why I don't smoke weed and haven't since I was like 19.
You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this.
Oh my God, diet weed, I love that.
Specialized forensic tools. You look at the
Diet
data,
weed.
correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
But were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. No, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Greeno, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other results.
That's correct.
And when you would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever is going on that directs the user to some other website.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Oh. Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data in the MacBook.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Guarino, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Let me ask it again. That if someone
I
were
would-
to enter specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
And so it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that out in the context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
So you would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
but we've already been through this. So
Yeah.
let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was searches conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
In fact, in all of your examination, of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 and January 8th. You saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular process, that if you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan a murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that map.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
Oh, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings, sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Celebrate, right?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the map.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes from transcribing it from one to another.
And is it fair to say that this binder that you have there on the shelf, it's 1,034 pages long?
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
Yes.
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
$3,677.
Out of those 3,677 records created in this Celebrate report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation specific to this?
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records, that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know.
You
I don't have a
know.
specific
Okay.
number.
I got it.
It's raining, by the way, pouring outside. Oh boy. Oh, we have a side salad? Is this a side salad? Side salad. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the defense. I don't really, I think like he's going into left field. Okay. Literal left field. Hey, there's the tablet lady. Hey, tablet lady. You're super popular over here, tablet lady. She doesn't look comfortable being on camera. She's like, get this fucking camera out of my goddamn face. I see a wedding ring, fellas. Sorry. Sorry, fellas. I see a wedding ring. Tablet lady, we love you. I love you, tablet lady. I gotta find out tablet lady's name. She's got a fan base and she doesn't even know it, guys. All right? All my fellas out there who watch Twisted, you have a fan base, tablet lady. I feel like she looks like a Megan. She looks like a Megan a little bit. Or maybe an Ashley. A Megan or an Ashley. She doesn't look like a, she doesn't look like an Anne. Yeah, it's pouring.
Unscheduled break, and the day is getting long. Just at the 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so I'm going to let you, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day, and we'll be back ready to work. The weather, I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather here looks like nothing better, as my would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you first, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media.
Good point, Brian.
Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds.
Now, children, stop fight over tablet lady. To be fair, you didn't see her
All right,
first.
everyone, please. Everybody close your notebooks.
Whoop whoop, tablet lady. I definitely saw a wedding ring on her finger, though. It's almost like she can't hear me, but if she could, she'd be flattered, I feel like. I'm number 2 in line. It's like calling shotgun. Shotgun!
Please be seated. To shut off their water consumption at about 1:45 to make sure we make it through the 2-hour afternoon. I'm joking. List. Does anyone need to raise anything?
Not lying, I saw it.
Before we suspend?
A weed roach. I'm like, oh, no.
All right. So, Kamal, tell me who's on the
Gotta be more
agenda for
specific.
tomorrow. We'll finish up with this
So,
trooper, and where are we going from there?
so we will have keepers of the records from Uber, Lyft, and JetBlue. We would have Sergeant Reardon from Cohasset PD, who is a K-9 officer. William Foley from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Michael Kenyon from Swampscott PD. Maybe A.B. Waterman from the Massachusetts State Police. And then I'm trying to determine if we're going to have, based on witnesses' availability, is it going to be Connor Keefe, Davis Gould, and Heather Sullivan?
Sutherland?
I've been calling her
Sutherland.
Sutherland for about 2 months now. I apologize.
Mhm.
So my hope is that in the next 20 minutes, I'll be able to email council and let them
Probably
know
Sam.
what that lineup will be.
All right.
But I think that that would take us easily over a day to accomplish Sullivan, Gould, and Keefe. The others, I think, are very quick and we can get through pretty
All right.
easily.
So it is actually more important that you're talking to each other than you're telling me what's going on. And I appreciate your continuing efforts to do that.
Facts. It's one of those days. Curl up, watch a movie. You know.
You can look the clerk too.
Oh, I know. She just saved me from some of the messages. Anyway, it's more important that you're talking to each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Keeping me informed as I need to be. Anyway, everybody else set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good night, everyone.
All rise.
They cut the audio, and I guess she canonied us today. She canonied us. It's only 3:39, but she canonied us because it's raining hard, I guess. I mean, it's raining. It's not snowing in Dedham, so, I mean, she canonied us. She certainly did. She canonied us. Just shackle them back up. Shackle, shackle. Here we go. Shackle them back up. Feet and arms. I'm surprised they aren't doing the waist chains anymore. Sometimes they get the whole full waist chain. Back to jail you go. It's my new song. Back to jail you go. I have to write my Christmas cards. You have to remind me tomorrow to write my Christmas cards. Just, yeah, you have to remind me. Your front row seat to Justice Court TV. All right, we'll cut that. Bye-bye. Okay, Court TV, thank you. We appreciate you. Yeah, it's my new song. You like a new song? Back to jail we go. Okay, so if you just so appreciate watching the stream and, you know, doing trials with us and catching up on the stuff that you miss on X that I sadly have to pay attention to, even when it hurts my brain, then there's a multitude of ways to say you love us. And that is hitting that subscribe button, click your little bell notifications and set them to all, right? You can share the video. You can like the video. That is very helpful for all of you. It's definitely helpful if you hit the hype button. When the stream's not live anymore, there's a hype button you can hit on the videos. You can do it 3 times a week, and it apparently helps smaller creators like me. So that's nice to know. And then there are other ways. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership. Make sure to get your memberships before Christmas Eve for our members only Christmas Eve stream, right? Get your champagne, get your Red Bull, get your eggnog, spiked eggnog, whatever it is you're going to have. We're going to have, you know, a Christmas Eve bonanza over here. A little late, but we will, our PJ party. And that'll be fun. I'm excited for that. I feel like we're going to have fun with that. So make sure you get your memberships before then. And we do have an Amazon wish list, which is in the description of the video. We have a link you can use to do credit or debit if you so choose and you don't use the payment apps. And you can remain anonymous on any of those always, because we never want, you know, anyone in their, you know, government name out there being harassed by a bunch of lunatic people who are psychotic and do weird shit. I love your stinking faces. I'm thinking about tomorrow doing I know we have to do the trial, so I'll be here for the trial, but I was thinking about maybe doing a dual spaces either tomorrow or Thursday and a live stream for about an hour and a half at night. Because we got the trial stuff during the day, right? But there's so many other things that we got to catch up on, right? That I don't have time to do when I'm doing we're 6 hours and 40 minutes and a 7+ hour stream for just the trial, right? I try to catch up on some of that during lunch and whatnot, but there's so many other things that are going on. Also, Thursday and Friday, Sue Turtle has court in New Jersey on Thursday and here Friday. And I have the Zoom for the Friday. So yeah, the closer to Christmas you get, like Jesse said, make sure you're shipping your whatever you're trying to ship out, because she got an email from the post office saying the packages are taking long this year. So make sure you get your stuff out soon. I'd say by the second week in December, definitely. All right, I love y'all, and I will see you guys early in the morning at 9 a.m. for the trial. I love your stinking faces, and I'll see y'all later.